All right. Well, we are back. This is the Xbox 2 podcast live on this May 16th. Not as hot today as it was yesterday. Yesterday, we were 92 degrees and had a thunderstorm. Today, it's in the 80s. Still hot out there. We're supposed to have a thunderstorm later. What's going on, everybody? I'm Randall Thor19, man with the million. This is episode, 363 of the Xbox 2 podcast. And with me, I'm joined by my guest for the evening. Because, some guy named Jez from Windows Central's here. I don't even know who this is.
Oh, snap. That's me.
Yeah,
I'm Jez from Windows Central, and I'm really delighted to be a guest on your show, Rand.
Well,
It's been a dream of mine for some time now.
To be fair, everybody says that I'm the guest on your podcast, so the Xbox 2 is Jez's show. But you're back after two weeks. Yeah. Not even on vacation. Even though you weren't around, it almost was like a vacation because a lot of things happened while you were gone. But
it sure did.
You were blown up like a balloon, and they took organs from you.
They sure did. They sure did. So I am now missing a whole gallbladder. Goodbye, Mr. Gallbladder. You served me well these almost 40 years, but your time has come to be thrown into a big incinerator, which is what I presume they do with them. I mean, what else would they do? You don't transplant a gallbladder, do you? Well, you wouldn't want to transplant my gallbladder anyway. I don't know. Tangent. Yeah, I'm back. Thanks for holding down the fort, Rand. You did an excellent job.
It wasn't just me,
and,
you know. I had to.
No. I got to shout them out too. Like Paris, Cognito, Colt, Eastwood. Anyone else show up that I missed?
Those were just it. Those were it.
No help from Special Nick.
No special
Nick.
No special Nick. I did Xbox Era on one of the Saturdays, but would Special Nick really want to show up with the Gears collection not being a real thing? And it's just being Gears Reloaded? Does he really want to show his face for something that he's been saying is going to happen for 3 years, and when it does happen, it's just a single game? I'm sure Nick though is like, you're just going to sell it separately. You know?
They might.
They could, obviously.
We just have to wait another 6 years to find out.
But it's just like one of those things where you said, hey, Gears Collection doesn't exist. That's what I was told. And you know what? It doesn't. It didn't. So who won that battle? I guess you did.
I did. To be fair, I think we're now 1-1 or something? 1-0?
I don't know.
I can't. 2-1. I can't remember. There was something else that Nick got right that I got wrong, or I didn't believe, and that Nick got right. So now I think we're 2-1 now or something like that. But yeah, it's all fun and games. I presume if Gears Reloaded does well, they will make a couple more, and then if those do well, maybe they put them in some kind of collection, and then in like 10 years, Nick can be like, "Hey, look, see,
look, there's a Gears collection. I was right the whole time. Only took 15 years."
Yeah, over a long enough time. What do they say about monkeys and typewriters? Given the long enough timeline, right? Like, right, Shakespeare.
Or broken clocks and how right they are every day, twice.
Yeah.
Hey, at least Nick's got the Fortnight leaks, to hang his hat on.
Oh yeah, he's pretty fire on the Fortnite leaks. If you're a Fortnite guy, you a Fortnite guy, Rand?
No. I did see that Darth Vader's in Fortnite now is an AI bot that people can go chat up. Because I did see some clip of him saying Riz, and I'm just like, oh. And then I got a DM being like, this is the future of gaming. I'm like, an AI that you go up to, like an NPC in a game, and you can have conversations with. I'm like, if that's the future of gaming, it ain't for me. I tell you that much.
Well, have you seen those Skyrim mods where like people have mixed it with ChatGPT, and it's like you can talk to them, like Skyrim VR? I think I saw it. And they had a mod where the Skyrim characters can leverage ChatGPT to talk back to you in like natural language and shit. I don't know. I do think we're going to see a lot more of this bollocks over the next 10 years. But there is some hope though, Rand, because Clair Obscure 33, Expedition 33, very old school kind of game. I kind of feel like Doom: The Dark Ages is also a very old school kind of game. A lot of a lot of the indie games that are doing well on Steam, they're often old school retro kind of games. So I think even as the youngsters move on to their Darth Vader NPCs with the Riz and the no caps and what else? What else is the speak round? Mogging with their Riz and all that bollocks.
Mm-hmm.
There will still be developers who want to serve us old people. You know, I can see it now. I can see Rand, you know, in his 80s, getting grey, and then you know, rocking out some retro games on his Xbox 720 Elite Series 4 Revolution X
Oh, you
edition.
think so, huh?
Yeah, or no. What it'd be? It'd be like Xbox Series X Retro Edition or something like that, and playing like pixel art games, or the Gears Remastered Collection 2, or
Yeah.
something like
The
that.
remaster of a remaster of a remake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a weird time in the industry, but hey, we're here, me and Rand together to navigate it for you on the Xbox 2 podcast.
Yeah. So, you know, how was your how's been
How
your
was my
last 2
week?
weeks, man? What's it been like being immobile, having to like not really do anything, surgery,
Man.
all that stuff, like kind of
Yeah, it was
taking a break from everything. How's it been?
surgery is rough. So it's like keyhole surgery, and they're like they blow you up like a balloon, and then they stick like robots under you with cameras and shit. It's all sci-fi technology now, and the idea is like, oh, then there's no scar and there's no incision. It's like, oh yeah, that's great, but I had like crazy pain from being blown up like a balloon for like a week and a half. But that was the one thing. I couldn't sit up, so it was like I could have podcasts lying down. I was actually trying to figure out if I could like write articles lying down. I was trying to like set up some kind of, you know, split keyboard, lying in bed kind of setup, you know, to write articles lying down. But I was just like, nah, it's just not happening. So thanks for holding down the fort, buddy. But
Yeah.
now we are mostly recovered. You know, I'm still recovering overall. I've lost a shit ton of weight.
It's good. It's a good thing.
So I'm trying to use that as a springboard to keep losing more weight. Because it's like, well, I've lost weight anyway. Might as well try and not make it go to waste, I guess. So, yeah. But I missed the show. I tried to stay abreast of the news, but it was nice to take an actual legitimate break from work as well, to be honest. So I feel energized. I feel, you know, back in the saddle. A lot of cool things happening behind the scenes as we get closer to the Xbox showcase. Starting to hear the rumors.
Oh yeah,
the intrigue.
Interesting.
The stuff.
I did see you tweet that out, so we'll have to talk about that later. But I do got to give a shout out to newest member of the channel.
Though.
We got Maker of Chaos 12 joining the channel. Appreciate you, very much so. Appreciate everyone here as well that's hanging out, chatting it up. You know, like Sea Lord of Bravos and Zach Riley and Just James 93 and Ashes to Ashes and Roy's Toys for Big Boys and everybody in chat having a good time.
Awesome to see Sea Lord back. I haven't seen Sea Lord for a while.
Yeah, Sea Lord. I think Sea Lord said earlier when I was looking at chat that this is like his first show and a live show in a while, and it was good that you were back. Everybody's happy that Jez is back. So it's always cool. Sean LeBree's here. Even Tom Warren's here, Jez. You know?
Oh, damn. Tom Warren. How's it going, dude?
Mr. Warren is back. I saw he just posted an article about Xbox's new UI on The Verge, or new home screen stuff. Apparently, they're letting you change things around, or maybe not necessarily change things around, but I guess you can hide some system apps now. You can, like, pin games directly to the dash, or the dash, I guess, or...
Is that on the Insider Ring?
Yeah, apparently it's on the Insider Ring today. Because when we were getting ready to the show, I saw Tom's tweet about it. He's got an article up on The Verge, and I guess you can even make.
Write that off.
I guess you can even, you know how like the dashboard has like your 6 most recently played games or 7 most recently played. I guess you can even customize that to not show all 7. Like you could basically only have it show 3 or something, or 2. I don't know. There was a mention of that, so I guess that's happening. Or you better go to the people in your Slack channel for Windows Central and be like,
Samuel!
hey, Xbox Insider is updated. We need an article. Stat. Let's go. Right.
Let's go. Oh man, do I have to source Tom Warren? Great. Bloody hell.
No, we don't come out. We love
Bloody hell, Tom. Making work for me during the show. What do you like? Microsoft making a lot of great changes to the home UI soon. You'll be able to pin your favorite apps and games. You know, it's really weird. I was actually thinking about that today because I was looking for Microsoft Edge because I wanted to watch AEW.
Oh,
Rand.
Jesus. Okay.
I wanted to watch AEW, but I haven't got any service that runs AEW. I don't even know how to get it in the UK. So I was like, let's just find a cheeky website, see if we can watch it on there, you know, on the interwebs. And I was trying to find Edge on my Xbox. I was like, where the fuck is it? I just couldn't find it. Like in the apps list, it kind of blends in. So then I was thinking, wouldn't it be nice to pin it, you know, like you could back in the day? Lo and behold, Tom Warren pops in there with a little article. So that's pretty cool.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I have to see visuals too, because I know you can pin stuff to the dash already, but they're kind of like, you have to scroll down to see them. So I sort of wonder how that visual change will take place, how it's any different than it currently is or whatever. But they're always doing something, and the dash is kind of.
Oh, Samuel's already got it.
Been this.
Shout out to Samuel.
Sam's doing
Very
work.
diligent.
He's already on it. So.
Yeah, Sam's putting the work in.
Yeah,
we need to get Sam on +1 one of the days.
Yeah, you know, after we had Tom Warren on, so it's like, all right, let's who's next? Who's next that the people want to see? You know.
Yeah, we need to get on that shit. But anyways, Rand.
Yes.
What should we do now?
Well, let's do the housekeeping really quickly, and then there's a lot to talk about because you've been gone for 2 weeks, so we might have to run over give your thoughts on some of the things that happened in the previous 2 weeks and the stuff that's happening right now. Like, I don't know, for an example, Apple says F you to Fortnite again, even though a judge basically said you got to put it on their store. Apple's like, fuck you. We don't got to do that. We don't got to listen to anybody. We're Apple, you know?
It's wild, man. It's fucking wild. Apple's just like, yeah, court ruling, whatever.
Yeah, court
European
ruling,
Union, we don't give a shit.
No, I don't think so. We're going to do what we're going to do. We don't care. Not only that, but Bungie caught stealing art again. Again! How does this always keep on happening? This isn't the first time. This is like the 4th or 5th time they've stolen art from somebody for one of their games, usually in Destiny in some way. But like this time, it's not just like the art and stuff. It seems like they've stolen the entire aesthetic of Marathon from somebody, which is like, okay.
It's fantastic. It's spectacularly egregious what Bungie have done this time. It's not just like, oh, they ripped a poster or a font or something. It's like the entire art aesthetic of the entire game seems to have been ripped off. But we'll talk about that in a bit.
Yeah, Xbox Next Gen plans. You know, Brad Sam's putting it out there that I guess Xbox is using ARM in the future. So we'll talk about that amongst a whole bunch of other things. But Jez, we have a sponsor for this episode. Yeah.
We sure do.
The VPN that you use to watch things everywhere and to keep your data secure and all that good stuff. Surfshark sponsoring the episode.
Surfshark. Oh, Rand, someone in the chat said you didn't do the shark voice.
I'm not the one who does the shark voice. That's you.
Well, we're contractually obligated to do the shark voice.
No, you're contractually obligated.
No.
Nobody's
we are.
But nobody's contractually obligated to do the shark voice.
Surfshark got in touch with me and like, Jez, we love the shark voice. It's brilliant. We're gonna add that to the contract. Can you make sure Rand does it every week, please? They actually said that.
Well, guess what?
And they said if he doesn't do it, then he doesn't get it cut. That's what they said.
I guess I won't get a cut. So.
Why you got so much against the shark voice, man?
I don't. It's not my voice. I'm not the shark. You're the shark.
All right.
So.
What are you then? You're the minnow.
I guess so.
You're like Nemo.
Like
Nemo.
Finding Nemo.
What fish is
Okay.
Nemo? Clownfish. Clownfish, bro. But anyways, yes. Surf shark VPN.
Is that what a shark sounds like when you're underwater and you hear him roar?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Okay.
I have it under good authority. That's exactly what I have. Just full disclaimer, I'm not a marine biologist, but I actually saw on Twitter that that's exactly how a shark sounds. So, are you looking for the ultimate way to safeguard your online experience? Surfshark VPN has you covered. Whether you're streaming, gaming, or simply browsing, Surfshark ensures your privacy and security are top-notch. With its lightning-fast speeds and unlimited device connections, Surfshark is the perfect partner for all of your digital high-seas adventures. Unlock a truly open internet with Surfshark's powerful features. Bypassing geo-restrictions to accessing global content, Surfshark lets you enjoy the web without limits. Plus, its clean web feature blocks ads, trackers, and malware right before they can even reach you, giving you a faster, cleaner online experience. Your data is precious, and Surfshark treats it that way. With a strict no-logs policy, you can trust that your browsing history stays private from ISPs and anyone else who might want to snoop in. Surfshark's robust encryption keeps your personal information safe and secure so you can surf the web with confidence on RAM-based servers. Don't miss this exclusive offer for Xbox 2 podcast listeners. Grab 86% off. Ah, Tom Warren threw me! Fucking Tom Warren! He fucking threw me. Oh my god, right, let's start again. Don't miss this exclusive offer for Xbox 2 podcast listeners. Grab 86% off a 2-year plan and take control of your online freedom today. Hit the link in the description below to claim this incredible deal. Surf smarter, surf safer, surf with Surfshark.
Yeah, make sure you claim that deal, as Jez says.
Yeah, claim the deal. Claim the deal. Like Surfshark is very good. I use Surfshark, as my primary VPN now. Like I say, it can bypass all those geo restrictions, like not being able to watch SmackDown on Netflix. You can switch to the UK and you can watch SmackDown on Netflix, which I think is on restricted still in America, right?
It's on USA Network
like that.
here in the States.
Yeah, USA Network, but it's on UK Netflix, so you can get all that kind of stuff. It's really good for just, if you don't want to log something for some reason, whatever it is, if you're using like a health service or whatever, and you don't trust the connection to be private, but you want to keep your information private, Surfshark's really great for all that kind of stuff. Works really well. It's super fast. It's so fast that it doesn't even feel like you're using a VPN. So very good service. Really like it. Highly recommend it. Check the link in the description. 86% off a 2-year plan. Really, really high value deal exclusively for Xbox 2 members, and it also supports the show. So thanks a ton to Surfshark for supporting us.
Yeah, we got people saying they want me to say Worcester sauce.
Worcester.
Or whatever. However you say that.
Worcester.
Worcester?
Worcester.
There
Worcester.
you go.
I bet
said
Tom Warren says it differently, though. I don't know how Londoners say it.
I'm sure he does. But we also got to give a shout out to our Xbox 2 MVPs over at the patreon.com/XB2, where we have a bunch of different tiers. One of the tiers gives you shout outs, and one of the tiers also gets you question and answer thread privileges, which is up now. So go and drop a question if you haven't already. We since Jez is back, ready to go, because I don't think you were able to do anything like Tuesday or Wednesday, so we should be doing Xbox 2+1 or Xbox Ultimate this upcoming week, next week on Tuesday.
Yeah, we got a little plan to maybe do a community Towerborn co-op stream, so that should be fun.
There you go. So look out for that. But we got some shout-outs here. We got Ethan Linhairs, VA. We got Resin Force, iMike0, Tier, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Just James 93, Holy Dark Death, Steve Stompy, 09C Mine, James Wiseau, Tricks Are for Trey, Laser Wolf, Battered Haddock, Armor Dude 52C, Foreign Object, RS Donks, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, Katriox, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duel, Sean Kramer, PB Broking, Asa T and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Pat Rock, Scarcely Relevant, Darren Torpy, Briggs Country, Prof JJJ, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys so much for supporting me and Jez and the XB2 podcast. We appreciate all your support. So,
you guys rock.
Jez, where do you want to move on from here? Is there anything from last week or last 2 weeks you want to talk about before we, I don't know. There's a lot of
what
things.
Happened?
Well, I mean,
last week?
a lot of things happened. I mean,
a lot of things.
Let's see. I'll just look at it. Gears of War Reloaded happened just on a random Monday. Not, just an announcement on Twitter and a Xbox Newswire blog. Not even a trailer. Just, by the way, Gears Reloaded is coming everywhere. And it's remaster, 4K. But you see, the thing is, you're the Gears guy, so I sort of want to get your feelings on how do you feel about Gears Reloaded. Just how do you feel about it not being a collection and just one single game? I don't know. What are your thoughts about the whole Gears situation?
I mean, I'd always been told that a Gears collection didn't exist. Those were like the exact words I was given. And it was kind of like, well, there's got to be something here. Because there was a lot of smoke, right? And I think... Nick did have some information that was legitimate. Like, I think Nick had the code name, for example, of the project under Splash Damage, because they're the ones making it, right? If I remember correctly, or is it Sumo? I can't remember, but I think Nick had told me the code name or something, which was legit. So it was like there was clearly something going on. But it was always like up in the air about what the project was. I remember originally it was like, okay, it's a full collection. And I think me and you, Rand, we'd heard that, oh, actually, it's not a collection. It's just the first 2 games. And then we heard some weird rumor that was like, oh yeah, it's the first 2 games, but they have no multiplayer or something like that.
I mean, I didn't. That was what some people had put out, but I can't
remember where that came from.
I never had heard any of that stuff, so.
All right, fair enough. Well, it's just sort of rattling around in my brain. I can't exactly remember where it was from, but I just remember all of these were rumors, and it just felt like there's got to be something to this. And also, like, the fact that everything just gets remastered now, literally everything, remasters get remastered too. So it's just like, this is a no-brainer. It's Unreal Engine. It's low-hanging fruit. This is going to happen somewhere or another. And it was just always about the details, right? So I'm kind of like, why? A little bit. Because... we've already had a remaster of Gears 1, which was pretty decent. Ultimate Edition.
I mean, actually, when you think about it, at the time, sure, because you went from Gears 1 that was 720p 30, and Gears Ultimate was 1080p 30, but 60 multiplayer, to now this one is 4K 60 campaign, and then, 120 frames for the multiplayer. So, I mean, you are going from 1080p to 4K, which is a large jump.
But they could have done that with FPS boost and resolution boost. That didn't need to be a new.
I mean, does Microsoft even know about? I think Microsoft has forgotten about FPS boost. To be honest with you, it's a thing they made at the beginning of generation. And when's the last time there's actually been a game that utilized it? A new game where it was like, hey, we use some games that have FPS boost. It's probably been years at this point. So
yeah, true. I mean, like, I suppose there are some other aspects of it, like maybe they can add, high fidelity shadows, maybe some soft ray tracing features here and there, that kind of shit, right? So, fair enough, right? But at the same time, the Ultimate Edition, my Ultimate Edition playthrough is still quite fresh in my mind. So, I have to admit, I'm not particularly personally that excited about this because I've already done it, seen it, done it, played it to death. Do I want to do it again? Maybe I would if there was nothing else really I felt like playing at the time, but it's not something I'm personally like bending over backwards to get into and play. Even as a Gears guy, right? I'm more interested in what's the next Gears look like. What's the details of the next Gears? That's kind of where I'm at right now. That being said, the fact that it's coming to PlayStation for the first time, while sort of a little bit irritating on the one hand, because it's like, well, that was, one of the iconic games that Xbox had as part of its identity, and Microsoft throwing that on the scrap heap. That ship already sailed with Forza. When Forza was announced, you pretty much knew that everything. You know, it's going to be Halo next. You know, if they do like Halo 1 remastered, which I think is one of the current rumors, that's probably going to PlayStation as well, right? So that's whatever. But on the purely speaking analytically, it's like hopefully a lot of people will check out the franchise for the first time. If it's either lapsed 360 players who haven't, you know, maybe they got nostalgia for that and they switched to PS4 because Xbox One shut the bed and they want to try Gears out for the first time. Maybe this raises the profile of the whole franchise in general, which I think would be cool because at the end of the day, that would lead to higher budget games, more hires, you know, advance the franchise potentially if they actually do it that way. You know, that's the optimistic take. So, well, it's like I think this is going to be a cool introduction to Gears for a lot of people, and I'm all about that. I'm also like not particularly interested in it myself, but I'm also interested in like what's the brand damage to Xbox look like now when it's sort of one of its iconic games is going awry. And I suppose the answer is that Gears was never that big anyway, so it doesn't matter so much. And also, people just aren't switching platforms anymore because everyone's digitally locked in, so none of it really matters, you know, especially with the younger generations. So, yeah, I don't know. Were you particularly excited? Do you want to dive back into Gears, or has it all been too
I mean,
soon?
I'm interested in Gears E-Day. That's
Yeah,
what I am truly excited for.
yeah,
You
that's
know,
what.
I
Yeah,
would imagine. So this is the thing. Like, I just assume Gears E-Day is next year. You know, Tom had the reporting that at one point it was like, you know, being considered for this year. I think
yeah.
it's clearly been delayed. You know, so is Fable. So that's what I'm interested in. Even though it's a prequel, I've always kind of wondered how Emergence Day and all that stuff like fits in to like the overall Gears story, because I didn't read any of the books, so it was just always like the Gears games, and you always heard about Emergence Day and what it would be like. So to finally be able to play that out, that's like what I want. And like you said, I the Gears Ultimate, my ultimate playthrough was, you know, not that long ago. I mean, 2015. No, what year did it come out? That would have been 2015. Yeah, because Gears 4 came out in 2016. So,
How do you remember all this shit, man?
well, because I remember Gears 4
Crazy.
came out because I was at E3 2016 when they.
Ah,
So it was like it was the year before. So I was like,
I get you.
so even though it's been technically 9 years, I've played Gears 1's campaign 5 times already. So
Yeah, Gears is one of those games I've played a lot
yeah, I mean,
to
I
the
played
point
through the
where it's like,
campaign like
do I
three
really want
times
to
on
do
the
it again?
yeah, like 3 times on the 360. I played through it twice on the Xbox One. It's kind of like how I sort of feel about like a Halo 1 remake, where I'm like not that interested. I'm more interested in Halo 1 remake than I am like a Gears, because I like Halo more than Gears. I'll just be straight up about it. And
We
there
know.
would be some, at least I would be curious to see what a remake of Halo 1 and UE5 would look like. I'm not that interested in being like, all right, well, this is just a remaster of a remaster. It wasn't even mentioned that it was built up from, you know, Unreal Engine 5. It's just whatever. So like, I'm not interested in playing through the campaign because I played through it a whole bunch already. And you know, it's like, at least with Halo 1, there's going to be like, oh, what is this going to look like now, right? So
Yeah.
there is that aspect to it. So, I mean, you're right. This is the generation of remasters. I mean, PlayStation and Shoyo Yoshida has been talking about, you know, how easy money they are. And if you want new games, you got to buy the remasters. And, you know, Xbox has been pretty good giving like free upgrades and stuff. And they really haven't remastered a whole lot of things in the recent years. I mean, we all laugh at PlayStation being like, hey guys, Last of Us 2 remastered 4-year-old game. Hey guys, Horizon for Zero Dawn remaster, you know, 4 years later, whatever it is, and Days Gone and all these sort of things. And you do have the new systems, which are way more powerful than the previous ones, so you can get more performance out of them and better looking resolutions and textures and all that stuff. So, you know, I could definitely, especially with how well like Oblivion did, right? You look at the Oblivion remaster and how well that did.
Oh, that was, but that's had a really good time gap though, hasn't it?
Sure. I mean, 20 years, completely revamped in UE5, and yeah, it is an iconic.
That was
game.
a remaster that made sense to me.
Sure, just like a Fallout
Last
3
of Us
remaster,
2, not so much.
just like a Fallout 3 remaster would, or a Fallout New Vegas remaster. But there's a lot of games that Xbox could do if they really wanted to, like the Gears franchise being one, especially if you are looking at, going multi-platform and reaching more users. You're going to be like, hey, we have to. A lot of those players may not know a thing about Halo, or a thing about Gears, or a thing about Fable. So you could be like, all right, well, you know what? We're going to do Gears 1 this year. A couple years later, if Gears 1 meets, maybe a certain sales target, they'll be like, all right, we're doing Gears 2. And maybe they do the rest of the franchise. Just like, Halo, it's like 1, 2, 3. If you're looking at it like, all right, well, we're going to release Halo 7 multi-platform. But like anybody on, say, the Switch platforms or the PlayStation platforms, they're going to look at it and be like, I don't know the story of Halo because I don't have their games. So you would think, like, all right, well, we'll make sure that those players have access to that. And then it's a question of like, well, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I mean, it's good for the game, more players, all that sort of stuff, more money. But also it's like, well, it's not really good if you want to sell pieces of hardware because you don't have any exclusive franchises or experiences just outside of Game Pass and stuff. So you could have those two different type of conversations. I was just kind of, because I look at it, I'm like, that could have been in the showcase, because you look at Oblivion and the shadow drop there, and I was like, well, if you're going to shadow drop the game, why wouldn't you have shadow dropped it during the June showcase? Like a much bigger audience, people would have been like, and they'd be like, oh, dude, Oblivion's out now, but they decided to do it in April. And then it's like, here's just a game announcement. Just, all right, well, this game's coming out, in August 29th. And it's like, well, that's could have been at the show. So is that...
Maybe the showcase is just stacked.
I mean, but then I started to think, it's like, I was like, well, Gears 1, do you want to really devote any time to that within the showcase? I mean, it is just Gears 1 again. I mean, I guess you could tag it on to like a Gears trailer, like a Gears E-Day trailer, where you run a trailer for Gears E-Day and you see some gameplay and they give it a year and then they say, oh, and don't forget, coming August 29th, Gears 1 Reloaded with a beta starting in July or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. Where it's like, you don't have an individual trailer per se for Gears 1. It's just attached to whatever they'd use for Gears E-Day, right? I mean, I think that would make sense because I don't know. I don't think you would have, here's Gears E-Day in the show, and then you get through 10 games, and then here's Gears Reloaded, right? I think they would, if they're going to have it in the show, it would be combined with E-Day. And they had the multiplayer stuff, so do you want to do a beta? Like pre-order. If you pre-order the game now, or if you have Game Pass Ultimate, you can play the beta, right? I mean, they could do one of those typical multiplayer things if they wanted, but yeah, I guess I'd be more interested in the Gears 2 because obviously, like Gears 2, I haven't played as much as Gears 1.
Yeah, I feel the same.
But
like
there
Gears
is
3 as well. Like Gears 3, I remember being blown away by Gears 3's visuals back in the day on the 360. I mean, there was I think it's a dream sequence or something where there's these house bricks that just sort of like melt, sort of like fall apart. And I remember thinking at the time, oh my god, that's crazy graphics, bro. It was like towards the end of the gen. I don't know what happened with the 360 towards the end of the gen, but like a load of games came out right at the end of the gen, like Halo 4 and Gears 3 and
well, because the 360 gen was sort of extended a bit, right? The Kinect extended its life cycle because of how well it was doing. So you had a bunch of games.
They really optimized it. They really optimized
but you had,
the
but it wasn't just that. It was like, yeah, you had Gears 4, but you also had like Tomb Raider, GTA 5, BioShock Infinite, and if you go and look at like the big, big games that happened towards the end of the generation, they all happened in like 2012 and 2013. And then if you compare those games to like their previous sequels or previous entries that were earlier in the gen, like the jump between early 360 and late 360 was the thing. You know, like you
Yeah,
go look at
really
like
was,
BioShock 1 and BioShock Infinite, there's a significant difference. Or
hugely.
Gears 1 to Gears 3, there was also a big difference. You know, it's great. Remember in a generation when you get like 3 games in a franchise and now you're lucky to get a single game in a generation? Awesome. Awesome. Good times. Great times.
My favorite meme right now is like all the Grand Theft Auto 6 stuff where it's like, oh, we got a new pope before we got Grand Theft Auto 6 and,
got a new
you know,
pope.
and shit
John
like that,
Cena
right?
turned heel before new
Before
GTA.
GTA 6, yeah.
You know, but
Oh man.
then there was the Gears movie stuff. So this was something that was announced in like 2022. So it's been a while, and it made me sort of think like, I wonder if they're doing the Gears stuff still. But then yesterday they announced that they landed a director and a writer, and the director
Probably should have sorted that first, right?
Yeah, the director is David Leitch, who previously directed Bullet Train, which was absolutely fantastic fun movie. If you guys have not seen Bullet Train with Brad Pitt, and I mean he's like the star of the movie. Dude, Bullet Train was such a fun experience, such a fun movie to watch. So it's really good. I definitely recommend checking out Bullet Train. But he also was the director of The Good Guys with Russell Crowe and Ryan Gosling, which is a movie I have not seen but is on my list to see. So that's got all the stuff set. So I wonder if we'll be hearing about maybe casting in the future.
What I'm hoping is that like he's actually a fan of the series though, because you can see the difference it makes in the Fallout TV show, which just wrapped up filming by the way.
Which is and it's also coming out this year again. So
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, he also was a part of John Wick, but he wasn't like the director, he was like co-director like Bullet Train and Nice Guy were like his movies, even though he also helped out on Deadpool 2 and the John Wick stuff. So
it could be really fun.
I mean, like judging from Bullet Train and some of those other movies, like he's a good director. Now it's just a matter of the writing and who you gonna cast, because everybody be like, well, you gotta get Dave Bautista, right, as Marcus.
But Rand, haven't you seen Dave Bautista recently?
He's very skinny now.
He's slimmed down because he wants to be seen as a legitimate actor and not just a muscly guy. But that kind of precludes him from being Marcus Phoenix.
Not necessarily, because you can put on the armor, which would bulk you up. You don't necessarily have to be like steroid infused cog guy, or like you could.
Is he gonna wear the armor for the whole movie?
I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying. Everybody's always wanted him to do Marcus Phoenix, and maybe happen. But also, like, is it really gonna be like? I know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Because I'm a little. I like the director choice because I think he's a good director. But at the same time, I'm like, Netflix movies are usually 9 times out of 10 bad. There's like a handful that are good, but most of the time Netflix movies suck. So hopefully
I haven't
seen
avoid that many of them.
Well, hopefully, because we've seen how if a good adaptation of a video game hits in movies or TV shows, we've seen just how much it helps the video game franchise. We saw it with Minecraft most recently. I mean, you could debate whether or not it's good or not, but it clearly is made for a younger audience who loves it. And because of that, it was like the monthly active users shot up 70%, and the movie's made $900 million, right? So it's made the money.
Is it failure, Rand?
Well, I mean, it hasn't reached $1 billion yet. Just like I said, I didn't think it would. So
you always said to me that if it didn't reach $1 billion, then it's a failure.
I did.
Automatic failure. That's what you said.
I said if it didn't reach $1 billion, I consider that a failure. But it's pretty close to $1 billion, so I might give it a slot. I mean, it's Minecraft. It's like the biggest video game of all time. Like, it should have been a shoo-in for $1 billion.
Give it a pass, bro. Give it a pass.
They're over 900 million, so I'd be like, okay, you didn't reach $1 billion. You did create some, great viral moments with the chicken jockey, right? Chicken jockey.
Yeah.
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 And
don't do that again.
Okay, don't do that again. But. But I mean, you saw what it did for the game. We've seen what Fallout's done for the games, right? The Fallout TV show, which I can't believe is coming back this year, December. which is crazy because the turnaround usually is a year, and they're going by. They announced like the date. They announced the month as soon as they wrapped filming, and they had a couple teaser trailers out already. And I think one of the things that's wrong with modern streaming shows, even though like there's a lot of great content everywhere, is just how long it takes between shows, between seasons. Sometimes it can get ridiculous. I think like some normal is like 2 years, which is way too long. Like people forget what happens, which is why I just recently watched Andor season 2, just completely finished. So I went and I was like, all right, I'm gonna start Andor season 2 because Andor season 1 was absolutely incredible. But it's been like 2 or 3 years since Andor season 1, and I had forgotten some of the important things. Like, I mean, I know Cassian Andor is or whatever, so I had to watch like a season recap, which was like 20 minutes long to jog my memory. And because I didn't want to watch season 1 over again, so I watched like a 20-minute recap, and I'm like, okay. And I'm glad I did because, Jez, Andor season 2, peak TV, bro. Peak TV.
I haven't. No, yeah. Everyone says no Andor spoilers. Yeah, there's no spoilers. No spoilers. Don't worry.
Everybody, you should know how we know how Andor ends up because we know where everything ends up in Rogue One. But yeah,
but maybe people haven't seen that.
Sure.
But dude, I've seen so many Andor memes like on the Star Wars subreddits. They're all talking like, it's been a pleasure, gentlemen. The last good Star Wars TV show ever. The last good Star Wars thing ever, like acting like it's the end of the world, and posting like the Titanic sinking and stuff like that.
I don't know if this is a hot take, but Andor is the best thing Star Wars has done since the original trilogy. Hands down.
Damn.
Hands down. It clears the prequel.
Clone Wars cartoon?
I mean, to be fair, I never saw like the Clone Wars animated show. But it clears the prequel trilogy. It clears the sequel trilogy. It clears Mandalorian.
Damn, high praise.
It
is Mandalorian.
Oh, dude, it easily clears Mandalorian.
I haven't watched it at all.
Well,
because
you got both seasons to watch now. 24 episodes.
But I just got so burned out on Star Wars everything. Like, I watched the Book of Boba Fett. When Mandalorian was on, I was really hyped, and I was like, I'm going to watch all the Star Wars stuff they put out. This is great. I was like, I watched Book of Boba Fett, which was And then I watched, what was that other one? Oh, I can't remember what it was called now. The Obi-Wan show, which had its moments, but it was also a bit And I was like, man, this is... And then I read the reviews of Acolyte, and I was just like, this is bullshit, man. I'm not going to watch any more Star Wars. And I think that was... I think Andor came out before Acolyte did. But I was already burned out at that point, and I was just like, I just can't do it. So I'm punishing Andor because of Book of Boba Fett and the Obi-Wan show, and just how they went way too hard on it and diluted everything. And also the new movie sucked. Everyone. I think everyone's accepted that now.
Yeah.
But for a while it was like, nah, but they have some good. Nah, they just suck.
The sequel movies suck. The prequel movies suck. The OG
prequels
trilogy.
Do not suck.
The prequels are awful.
They're not.
They're
awesome.
Absolutely tragically awful.
This is bullshit, man. I won't take prequel trilogy slander.
Whatever. You can have your opinion. I'll dispute it every day. The prequel movies are awful. Some would even say the prequel movies are garbage.
Jesus Christ. So this is where like even though you're not that much older than me, there is a clear cutoff point generationally between us.
Yeah.
And I think it's in the Star Wars that we grew up with. Because I grew up with the prequel trilogy. And I went to this movie theater to watch Jar Jar Binks when I was 11 years old. And I thought it was the best fucking thing I'd ever seen in my life. and then everyone hates Jar Jar and they hate pod racing, and I'm just like, This is the coolest fucking movie I've ever seen in my
Maybe
entire life.
you know what? Maybe watch it again at 35 and see what you think.
Dude, I've seen it a million times.
Because 11-year-olds are so renowned for their great taste in movies and everything. So
I still love it. I can quote that movie all the way through.
Like seriously though, Andor has no right being this good. Because not only is it, one of the greatest things Star Wars has ever done, but just outside of that, it is a great, excellent TV show.
What about when Anakin kills the younglings? Is that not the best moment in Star Wars history?
Cringe, bro.
Cringe?
Cringe.
Cringe?
Cringe.
What the fuck?
Cringe.
That's like super turning to the dark side, bro. Man, you're just the worst. You got bad taste. That's the issue.
I have the best taste.
You have the worst taste. You like that? What's it called? Wheel of Time.
Yes. What about Wheel of Time?
Nobody's even heard of it.
I mean, you can say what you want about Wheel of Time. It won't hurt me. I don't need people's validations to agree with me about what I like. You could say, dude, plenty of people have said Wheel of Time's trash or that it's not good. I'm like, fine. I'm not even saying it's the best. It's my favorite, though.
Well, you're okay with that, then?
Why would I be upset about what somebody else's opinion? That just says more about you than it does me. The fact that me saying the prequels are trash makes you feel a certain way, Jez.
Yeah, it makes me mad.
It makes you upset. I'm under your skin. You're triggered.
I am triggered. I am legitimately triggered right now. I'm so triggered that I'm gonna force you to watch the entire Clone Wars cartoon and Rebels for charity, like we did with the Pokemon stuff. Remember
anyways,
that? Playing Pokemon.
I don't.
That was fun.
I try to purge my memory of all things Pokemon. Because what an awful series that is, and what an awful game that one I played. Don't understand how it's so popular. I mean, maybe the previous Pokemons were good, but the one I played was just one of the worst games I've ever played in my life, ever. And that's not me being facetious and just being like, oh, I didn't like Pokemon, it's so bad. I play a lot of shit in my days, usually for gamer score.
Bobby Horse,
and Pokemon is one of the absolute dregs of a video game experience I've ever had.
Ooh.
Dude,
I'll say this about your Pokemon adventures. Your critique of Pokemon actually dispelled some of my nostalgia. Because when we were talking about it, you were like talking about like everything wrong with the game. And I was just sitting there like, he's right.
Yeah, I'm cooking.
He's actually right.
I'm cooking.
It is shit. And I just realized it was 1,000% nostalgia. But I'll say this: the prequel trilogy is not nostalgia. It actually is a great movie.
Yeah, sure. I don't know what else we got here. The Xbox handheld leak.
Yeah, should we talk about?
I mean, I don't know. You don't really. I mean, I talked about it. We knew it was coming. You leaked it. Project Kennon or Kennon or however you misspelled it. And Mr. Warren had to correct you on it. I thought it looked awful. The design, I just don't think is very appealing. I don't know how it is to hold it or whatever. And I would assume it's going to get revealed this summer. Maybe not necessarily during the showcase, but maybe in like something like that happens.
It's not far off.
I would imagine it's like, okay, maybe it's something you announce during the Summer Games Fest or something, and it's like, I don't know when you would announce it, but that did leak. Thank you, FCC, the government leaking all of Xbox's things, like they did during the FTC trial.
They love leaking Xbox's shit, man.
Yeah,
they love it.
So there's that, the handheld stuff. I don't know. Did you get a chance to watch the second trailer for GTA?
I haven't actually.
You haven't?
I haven't watched it.
Well, you know what? Why don't you watch it right now? Bring it up and watch it right now.
I've seen clips of it. I've seen people analyzing the bubbles.
I mean, it is a cash cow for content creators and websites of all sizes to talk about GTA, because
it sure is.
Everyone's gonna be playing that game when it comes out. They want to know all about it. So, yeah. So go ahead, watch the trailer, and then I'm going to talk about Doom for a minute, okay?
Okie dokie.
So I didn't get a lot of time with Doom this week. I actually started playing it last night. And I'm a couple hours in. I think I'm on like the 4th mission. So it's like a little early to make like a full-on judgment about the whole rest of the game. But one of the things I do like that it does is they switch it up. Right? 2016 is different than Eternal, which is different than the Dark Ages. It's not just like the same thing, but just on a different map with the same enemies. They make those stylistic and gameplay like changes, which kind of keeps it fresh. Now, of course, that comes with some bad things, because if you're someone who loves Eternal and you liked how that game played and the mechanics surrounding Eternal, and you play Doom the Dark Ages, which is a lot centered on parrying and shield bashing and melee, there's a chance you might look at it and be like, oh man, I don't like this change because I liked it here. Just as like there were plenty of people who did not like the change from Doom 2016 to Doom Eternal. They liked how 2016 was, didn't like how Eternal kind of changed it around. So I'm someone, when you talk about the Doom 2016 and Eternal, I preferred Eternal more. I thought Eternal was the better game. I still think Doom 2016 is absolutely amazing, and considering when that game was first announced, nobody had any faith in id to actually put out a good Doom game again, and it surprised everybody. And now the Doom games are, super highly rated, and they sell a lot, right? Millions and millions of copies, and like Doom's back. The Doom Slayer is back. So I was very curious to see how this game would play out, because I see some of the complaints about like the Doom guy's slow, and some of the changes they've made. It's a prequel, which I'm not necessarily always somebody who enjoys a prequel story, mainly because I sort of feel like a lot of the dramatic moments are taken away, because you do know, well, Doom guy, he's got to live on to fight through 2016 and Eternal. So, and it's not like, well, I think Doom guy's gonna die or whatever, but it does take away some of the dramatic tension on some of the things, and but I guess that it more has to do with stuff like Andor and things of that, where characters, you might know their fates and whatnot. So, playing through the first 4 levels of this, I quite like it. Like I definitely feel, their tagline of like stand and fight. It does feel like they've nailed that aspect. And me, I am someone who is very much, I like a good parry system. Fighty. Yeah, I'd like a good parry system. So parrying the green bullets, parrying the enemies like melee attacks feels great. And I do think that adds a lot to the game. And I like how you're this just weapon. You're just some dude that they have under their control, and they just send out to just wipe out the demons, like send in the Slayer, and then they teleport you right into the battlefield, and then you just wreck shop. Like that is like a really, really cool like setup to like you're a weapon, and they're gonna use you in these things, and it does feel like that, like the way that you move and everything. So like I don't get. Like, to me, I don't think the game's slow. You have a sprint, but then also with the shield dash, because the shield plays a big, important factor in combat. In fact, you could maybe even argue it's like more of a factor than your guns in a way, because you can bring it up to block enemy attacks and their bullets, but then you can, while you're holding the shield, you can dash, and you can dash pretty far distances to just deliver massive damage to bigger enemies and instantly kill the smaller ones with like a radius effect. So you'll see a bunch of enemies in the distance, you just hold left trigger and right trigger and boom, like you're there right on top. Whip out your shotgun, do some damage, parry an attack. Like when it hits those elements, it's sublime, the combat. When you have all these huge, it really does. And I know it's like this in Internal too, but like you really do feel like this weapon, like it is. So I'm enjoying the combat. I mean, like there's a little touch on the story. They have more cinematic stuff, which I always appreciate. Though there's one thing that the game's lacking, Jez, so far, I will say.
What's
and it
that?
is very, very much missed. The music, bro. The music is just not, it is like, Mick Gordon is special. You know, he composed the two previous Dooms. He did like some of the stuff on Prey. He's done some of the Killer Instinct soundtrack. Like he's a great musician. He's got his own touch. And I always loved it when playing through the Doom games, you get those riffs. And it added something to Doom that, I don't know, you can't even really put a voice to.
You know,
right?
You know what it is, right? I think about Mick Gordon. I think Mick Gordon really understands game development more than a lot of people that they've brought in after him. I think he understands how to structure music where it's easy to chop up and ramp down as part of a dynamic soundtrack that plays in and plays out as part of active gameplay. I think he really understood that aspect of it, right? And that was actually when I did the preview. I went to London to preview the game, if you remember, a few months ago. That was actually one of the standout criticisms for me. And I actually said to the rep who was there, I was like, they're no Mick Gordon, are they? The band who done it. Yeah. So, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like the way the game's mixed, as in to de-emphasize the music, or whether it's just the music itself. Because if you listen to the music by itself on Spotify, it's not bad. It's just
it's not bad, but it's not it just Mick Gordon elevated.
It's not a mixed
I don't
level.
know. It's just that's one of the things I did notice right away. Like I'm enjoying like how the combat progresses. Like I like pinballing around with the shield and parrying back enemy projectiles and their melee attacks, and then busting out with your shotgun, and then the glory kills. Like, oh, you know, he's surrounded in purple. And it did kind of take me out at first of the flashing enemies in Eternal in 2016, and you would do unique animation. You'd come in from the back or the side or the front or the jump, and you get these different animations. And they were always cool to do, but I guess, you know, the longer you played, maybe the less you'd want to do it. So this one is just like, it's more focused on just, you don't want it to happen because there's so many smaller enemies in this one, and they're not even really like an issue for the Slayer in this. It's like, all right, there's like 5 guys coming with the shield with shields up. I'm gonna heat up their shield and throw my shield at them, and they're all instantly dead. Or I'm gonna pop it with the plasma gun, and they're instantly killed. Or I'm gonna dash at them, and it's just like they're all dead. Whereas before in the previous, you know, Doom games, it would all been like they'd all been flashing, and you would just had to like kill them with your, you know, your glory kills and stuff. Yeah. So I don't. It did sort of the first like level. I was like, this is strange because it's like, oh, they can be killed, and it's just you just kind of press in, you know, like the melee button to attack, and they just kind of fall apart. And I was like, you know, but I get what they were going for in it. But so far, like I said, four levels in, the more I get it, the more weapons I unlock, the more used to the controls and how I want to play the game. I feel more comfortable. I really like the combat in this, so I really can't wait to play through the rest of the game. Obviously, I'll finish it by next week's show, so I just wanted to give my early impressions of Doom. I did play one of the Titan levels, and once you get over that initial awe factor of like, oh my god, I'm in one of these Titans that I've seen surrounding battlefields sometimes, and you get over like that first couple fights, it's kind of underwhelming, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
mostly because I
don't like the vehicles.
Mostly because it's like the same. It's like, all right, punch, build up, right bumper, move on to the next guy, dash. I don't know. I think it's smart that the levels they design for the mech aren't that long, because I think the lack of gameplay in those levels, it really would show itself the more you played as the Atlas. So it's like it's cool to get in there and be like, I'm this huge thing. And I could definitely tell it was like, well, what do we really do? What really can we do? Because we can't do any of the cool stuff we're doing with him on the ground and all the different weapons and combinations you can pull off. And the parent in the so it's like, all right, well, we just got a punch and then a special ability. So they keep those short, and they're like spectacle stuff. So
I did ask a dev why they thought the Doom needed vehicle stuff, and they were like, we wanted to include a sense of scale, as part of doubling down on the narrative cinematic aspects of the game rather than just, always sort of boots on the ground. And I do think it works against the game a little bit. I absolutely despise the dragon. Like, I really, really hate the dragon. I think that's just like the most un-Doom thing they've ever put in Doom. And I really think they've overthought some aspects of the game with Doom, the Dark Ages. It should have been all up, back to basics, boots on the ground, medieval combat. Like the combat in Doom is so good. You don't need all that extra bullshit, And I just think it ironically weirdly loses something when they've put this kind of stuff in it. I think it's like you say though, they at least had the presence of mind to keep those bits short. I don't know what they add in terms of cinematics and stuff, but I don't play Doom for cinematic stuff. I really, and I know you said earlier while I was watching the GTA trailer, which we'll talk about in a sec, that you prefer Doom 2016.
No, I prefer Doom Eternal.
No, Doom Eternal, sorry. But yeah, I even thought Doom Eternal was a bit overthought. Because my Doom 2016 is by far my favorite of the modern Doom games. For me, that's a perfect game. It's like it's flawless, I think. And I think even Doom Eternal went a bit far with, mixing the pot a little bit. I don't know.
It's interesting how everybody has their own opinions, and I appreciate for id for changing things up, because you won't see a lot of companies do this with their flagship thing where they change things around. So like you is like Doom 2016's peak. For me, I haven't finished Doom Dark Ages yet, so I can't really make a judgment. Like Doom Eternal's peak. I think I saw Gene Park's review of Doom Dark Ages, and I think he said this is his favorite Doom out of the three. And I'm sure there's plenty of people in chat. Well, let us know which one's your favorite. And it's interesting, like everybody's going to have a different one, and it's because they're all slightly changed from the previous one, and you don't really. Yeah. I think that takes guts to do.
Yeah, I do appreciate that aspect of it, like changing things up. Like I appreciate that, and trying new things. I appreciate that. So it's not like, but I kind of can't see the next game having.
Well, there's the other thing is like it's kind of hard to see what is the next game. Like it's like is there gonna be a fourth game? Do you do another prequel? Do you just do?
Wolfenstein?
Do you do? Well, I mean that's Machine Games. I mean, do you do Quake?
Hexen.
Do you do something new? Like I don't know. It's just. But then again, I thought the same thing after Doom Eternal because
I said id for Wolfenstein because I think Machine Games' next game is Indiana Jones.
Well, I mean, there's a thought that Doom that Machine Games has like two teams and they're working on something else. Like a small team that was working on something else with Indiana Jones.
Because id did work on Wolfenstein as a partner kind of studio.
Sure.
But I know a lot of people say Quake, but I think Quake, like, unless they've kind of changed up its identity a bit, I would much rather see them do something with Hexen. Because, like, Hexen is a franchise that I think has huge potential, and a lot of modern gamers haven't even experienced it yet. And there are so many Hexen likes which do well on Steam. But like Kevin in chat says, they did seem to hint at Quake in a direct. So, yeah, I don't know.
We'll see what they do.
But Rand.
Yes.
Rand.
So GTA 6. You watched the trailer? Okay.
I watched the GTA 6 trailer.
Okay. And
I'm ready to explain why I didn't watch it initially. Because pretty much like The Witcher, Cyberpunk, Red Dead Redemption, these are kind of games that like they're kind of on another level almost, for me at least. And the problem is sometimes when I watch these kind of trailers, and this has been a problem throughout my life, I get so hyped to the point where it's debilitating. And that's why I avoided all the Cyberpunk trailers and shit going into the game, because I was like, I know I'm gonna like the game, or I'm just gonna try and keep my hype in check. But we are doing a podcast now, so I thought, okay, I need to watch this. And this is the fucking problem, Rand, because I'm sitting here now sitting here thinking like, I'm gonna tell Rand this looks like it's gonna be the best game ever made.
Okay.
And that's a problem, because what if it sucks? You know,
I mean, there's always a chance. There's always a chance it could.
What if it's broken on launch day? What if it's buggy? What if it runs at like 20 frames per second with crashes? And now you forced me to watch the trailer, and I can't take it. I can't take it. It's a problem, bro.
So let's hear thoughts.
It just looked fucking incredible. It's looked fucking incredible. What more? I can't possibly add more to the discourse that's already been injected. It looked fucking mind blowing. It's like, I was like, why isn't every publisher putting out content like this? And then I think, oh yeah, probably because it had a budget of over $1 billion. Probably.
I think they've actually said that it has a budget over $1 billion, and it's been working on in full basically since 2020. You know, obviously it was delayed to May 26 from this year, and not a lot of people even believe it's going to hit like May of next year. That it's like, oh, well, it's going to get delayed to the fall,
bro.
But
a lot of people don't even believe it's real. I saw a video tech guy on Twitter, the Rockstar influencer, who's a very lovely chap, by the way. He retweeted someone saying like, "Oh, you guys are idiots for falling for this. It's not real. It's not real." It's like, of course it's real, man.
I mean, real. Rockstar themselves said it was that trailer was half gameplay, half cinematics. So
yeah, but in-engine cinematics.
Well, maybe, but they said half of it was gameplay. So
it just looks perfect. And now I find myself reinstalling Red Dead Redemption 2.
Well, that was the other thing.
This is what fucking happens. now I'm too hyped, and it's your fault.
Well, you know, we do have a gaming podcast, and GTA 6 is, you know, the thing, and you weren't here for that, so I wanted to get your thoughts on because I said the same, like, there's no game looks like this. This looks like a full gen beyond anybody else at this point in time.
Why is Rockstar gone so far ahead of everybody else?
Well, I mean, partially it's because
it wasn't always like this.
It's partially because of the budget. I mean, what other game out there is going to have a budget as big as that, right? Or the amount of time that it's also going to have. So that's kind of how it is.
I want to know how much Call of Duty's live service budget is annually, because that ain't a cheap game to run either.
No, it's definitely not.
Yeah, it just looks. It makes me sick, you know, because it's just kind of like, it just looks incredible. It looks mind blowing, amazing, eye watering. Almost makes you want to cry, like work of art kind of thing. And then it makes you lament for like all the other games that we loved over the years that have just sort of either, you know, got underserved by the publisher, all the classic games that EA killed, you know, because of underfunding, under budget, treating the workers like shit. Why is it that Rockstar seems to be the only publisher who's continually push the envelope, other than potentially CD Projekt Red? But CD Projekt Red had that big hiccup by shipping, you know,
Cyberpunk,
very buggy game. But at the same time, Cyberpunk was arguably more ambitious because they shipped on 6 platforms at launch.
Yeah, and a
Which I
couple of
think was
those
the issue,
platforms,
really.
the game didn't perform very well. So
Exactly. So I think maybe if they'd just been like, we're not going to ship on 6 platforms, we're going to prioritize whatever. Because GTA is not even bothering to launch on PC because they're like, yeah, we're going to hyper optimize for console
well,
where we know
also
what the
because they
hardware
know
is.
everyone's gonna rebuy it for PC again, so they're gonna get everybody to
Well,
double dip.
I was told recently that a vanishingly small amount of people buy games twice.
Sure, but this is GTA though, so
Yeah, maybe it's different for GTA.
I mean, I think everything's different for
Well,
GTA.
have you ever bought a game twice?
No, I haven't.
Ever in your life? Never, never, ever in your life? There is a bunch of games I've bought twice.
I mean,
Diablo 4
maybe
being one of them.
it would only be something I bought on PlayStation or Switch. I guess yeah.
Xbox.
Like I bought Gris initially on Switch, and Katana Zero on Switch, and then they came to Xbox and I bought them again and played them on Xbox.
Fair.
So like, yeah, I guess there's been instances, but it's normal. But it would be because something didn't come to my main platform, my preferred platform, and I did want to play those games, so I played them at launch. Like Silent Hill 2, I bought that right when it came out last year, and I would probably buy it again if it came to Xbox, whether this fall or next year, right?
I wanna ask chat this question as well, and I'll post it on Spotify as well. Have you ever bought a game twice? Post it in chat. I want to know.
I mean, because there are going to be people like Deadly Headley, who's in chat, who played Cyberpunk or whatever, and all these games on Xbox, who now is part of the PC Master Race and is buying a lot of those games again to experience on PC that aren't part of Xbox Play anymore. So absolutely, I think that usually happens when people switch from console to PC because their whole library is on console, and then you switch to PC and not everything's there. But then it's like Steam sales. And usually the one go-to is like, I'm going to get Cyberpunk again, or I'm going to get Witcher, or I'm going to get this game. So then you kind of wait for the Steam sales, and then you start buying the games that you already have. You may not buy them at full price. You know what I mean? You wait for a sale, but I would imagine a lot of people have done that. But like I get what you're saying, but I also think GTA is in this rarefied era because a lot of games nowadays launch day one everywhere, whether it's across all the consoles plus PC. So you normally don't have to wait for a PC release. It's like the game's out on multiple platforms and you choose where you want to play it. That hasn't always been the case, but it definitely seems like the norm now. Where like GTA 6 is probably, I can't even think of the last big game that had a PC delayed release that wasn't part of some deal. Like Final Fantasy 16 was just PlayStation 5 because of their deal with Sony, right? Same thing with like Final Fantasy 7 Remake, where that precluded a PC release at the time of launch, where it was like, I'm talking about those things where it's like that prevented us from launching here. But GTA is so special because you're gonna have guys who play primarily on PC who are gonna be like, I need to experience GTA. So I will play it on one of these consoles. And then when it comes to Steam a year later or 6 months later, they'll buy it again. And they'll play it there.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fair enough. So now that you've seen it and you've seen some of the talk, right? EA. Well, I mean, I guess this kind of dovetails into Xbox raising prices. I didn't get your thoughts on that. So they raise console prices everywhere, including the console, the Series X and the Series S here in the States. And then they raise prices of games to $80 and all that sort of stuff. And, EA came out and said they don't have any current plans to raise games to $80. Take-Two, Borderlands, like Randy Pitchford said that Borderlands 4 might be the price that Nintendo and Microsoft have raised to, so Borderlands 4 could be $80. And obviously everybody expects GTA 6 to be a minimum $80. So what do you think about the price increases? I mean, even recently PlayStation just said, in their recent stuff that they might have to raise the price of the consoles here because of the tariff. So what do you think about all these price increases from Xbox and EA being like, no, but then Borderlands 4 might be like, we might have to do this. What do you think about?
I think like there is still this sort of existential, because a lot of people like when they forget that when companies do things like this, it's because they're looking ahead to the next quarter or the next fiscal year even. And they're trying to predict what the situation is going to be like, in however many months. And because the tariff war has been so volatile and inconsistent, it's kind of like we need to account for that vague potentiality that there will be tariffs and there might even be bad. Like even with the tariffs being the extreme tariffs, like I think it was 145% or whatever, and then they got rid of the tariffs on electronics, and then now it's just a flat 30%, or now it's a flat 10%, or whatever it is now. The point is that it's still more expensive right now than it was to manufacture something in China and then ship it over to the Americas. So it's like there's still increased prices, for whatever reason. There's also the issue that there's not as many users coming into console ecosystem as there was years and years and years ago, and the install base is flat. So in order to sort of grow ahead of inflation, and there's always inflation, so to grow ahead of that, whatever inflation is now in America, I think it's like 2%, 3%, something like that. Like inflation's come down, but it's still always there. Like even if it's slower, it's still there. Like to get ahead of that percentage, you either need to grow your user base and the amount of units you sell in, or you need to increase prices. And if I'm a Microsoft, then I'm like, well, our user base overall isn't growing, because there just isn't as many gamers. Or yeah, okay, well, we've grown sideways because we've put stuff in PlayStation, but then there's like a 30% cut we have to pay on top of that. Is there another way to increase income? And it's like, well, then we increase the base price of the games, right? And I do think this is very specifically talking about Call of Duty. I don't foresee. I personally don't think Gears E-Day. I mean, this might be naive of me, but I don't think Gears E-Day.
I think you're gonna be. I think you're very naive on that.
Okay, well, let me buy naive. I would be shocked if Gears E-Day was $70, $80.
I would be shocked if it wasn't.
Okay, well, I'd be shocked if it was. I'd be shocked if like some of the other games that they're exploring putting out are going to be $80.
Like I would be shocked if like Outer Worlds 2 was 80. And maybe Ninja Gaiden 4 was 80. I think it's a shoo-in for Gears E-Day and Fable to be 80. Absolutely. Perfect Dark, absolutely.
Maybe. But like I say, I do think there's going to be a scale where it's like you can't justify selling this game for this much money. I was shocked that Sea of Thieves was full price, to be honest, back in the day. But
sure, $60. Yeah.
It was $60 back then, and it doesn't seem like that long ago, right?
Well, it's because Xbox has increased their prices $20 in 2 years.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So there are a lot of factors to this. It's not just like the direct effect of tariffs. It's the effect of tariffs on supply chains, just increasing costs in general. And like recently at Future, we had like an all hands meeting, and they were talking about how even though like we're a UK based company and we're not subjected to the full blown tariffs or whatever in the UK, there's still been like a supply chain issue where the chemical used to laminate magazines, because Future has a lot of magazines, that's like gone up massively in price just because of the supply chain that's involved as part of those petrochemicals that makes the plastic laminate, right? Which is like, and you scale that up to millions of magazines sold, that comes out to like millions of extra dollars worth of overheads, right? So it's everything. It's like petrochemicals, it's components, it's minerals, like all this kind of stuff has like a cumulative impact on not just like the consoles sold, but also like the infrastructure used to develop games, because they don't develop games on like on a laptop they've just got lying around. They develop games on cutting edge servers, cutting edge gaming PCs, and the high end graphics processing units, which are all subjected to tariffs. So like, yeah, maybe they can develop stuff on what they've already got in house, but there will be times where they have to buy new tech, and like if you're projecting that out a year in advance, which is what they do when they make these decisions, it's like, okay, well, next year we're gonna have to spend an extra, I don't know, however many millions of dollars as a result of these tariffs on infrastructure in order to just build the games. Then all that becomes factored in, right? So while I'm sort of like in the one hand, I'm sympathetic to the fiscal realities that the game industry finds itself in. I'm also like, in the other hand, I'm like, I don't want to pay $80 for a fucking game.
I mean, who does? Who wants to pay more for
Or
something that they've
or $90 in the
Or-
European Union. $90 in the
or
European Union.
however much they're going to decide to charge for GTA 6? Because I think the minimum is 80. But here's my thought about GTA 6. Right? I don't know. Me and Jesse kind of came up with this. Tell me what you think. $80 for the campaign, or you can get. So if you just want the campaign, it's $80. If you just want the multiplayer, it's $80.
Holy shit!
And then the ultimate,
Don't put that into the universe.
the complete edition that has both is $150.
You're what? What?
No, I mean,
Are you high?
so here's the thing: they do sell, Red Dead. They do sell Red Dead 2 and GTA 5 like that on the Xbox Store, where there is the story. There is like if you just want campaign, it's this much. If you just want multiplayer, it's this much. If you want the Ultimate Edition, it's this much. Right?
If Rockstar do that, and not only do it but get away with it, the industry's cooked, man.
Bro, how's the industry cooked? Because you look at marathon.
$150?
Well, no, because some people might just be like me, who are just like, I don't give a flying shit about the multiplayer in GTA 6. So
I'm gonna pay $80 for
GTA 6. You just said it was your words were like basically it's the greatest thing you've ever seen.
Multiplayer packaged in.
I don't care about the multiplayer though.
Oh.
Look, dude. Marathon is they're gonna try to sell Marathon for $40, and that doesn't even have a campaign of any kind, let alone a campaign on the level of GTA 6. And like the multiplayer, GTA is basically gonna live in that. I'm just saying, it's a prediction. It's not necessarily. I mean, maybe it's the other way. Maybe it's $80 for the campaign if you just want that. If you just want the multiplayer, it's $50. And if you want them combined, Ultimate Edition, it's $150 with the shark card, something like that. You know what I mean?
Shark card.
I mean, they could. That's my whole point. But I mean, like, yeah, the whole pricing stuff. It's like, look, it's who wants to pay more for the stuff? And 2 price hikes in one generation. It's like the games are already expensive, right? Because now, sometimes you just sit there and you're just like, do I really need to play this game right away? Can I just wait for it, whether to be on Game Pass or whether it can hit a sale? I think more and more people will eventually decide to do that if the game prices reach too much. But then you have the industry fighting back, or not the industry fighting back, but you have I guess what would be called the rise of the $50 games, which would have been $40 games last gen and $30 games during the 360, or potentially like $40, $30. You look at something like Mafia Old Country, which is coming out August 8th. Single player only, but not open world. Shorter experience, $50. Expedition 33, my game of the year this year, Jez. In fact, my 3rd favorite game of this generation. And the more I sit with it, it might even crawl away up to number 2. I love Expedition 33. Love that game so much.
Love it.
Love it. That game was $50. Blueprints, another game that was super highly rated, $30. Split Fiction, my 2nd game of the year this year, $50. Right? So I don't know if it's clearly not like a coordinated effort, but the more games that come out at these lower price points that are on par, if not better, than their $80 or $70 counterparts, that that could be a little trouble to somebody trying to sell you a $80 version of a game that's it's okay, but it's not like great.
It's okay.
You know what I mean? But it's like, oh, well, I could play this Split Fiction and it's totally unique and awesome. I don't know, like maybe we're at that point now where I look at some of that stuff, I'm like, yeah, you know what? Like the selling point for Mafia Old Country, single player only and not open world. And immediately I'm like, yes, I'm sold. Absolutely 100%. Because you want to know what? I don't need every single game to be Ubisoft checklist. But we got this huge open world, and it takes you 45 minutes to ride across it completely, and you got all these things you can do, even though they're all the exact same. Like, do we need that in every single game? No, we don't. Sometimes all you really need is a very strong, linear, well thought out, with amazing characters and story, and then all you need is something that lasts 15 hours, and you're good. Sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes the shorter, the better. Like Expedition 33. If you just did the main campaign, it's like 25 hours. And even if you did everything, which I did, it's like barely 50. But if it was some other of these huge RPGs or whatever, it'd be 100 hours. Or if it was a huge open world game, it'd be like 90 hours. But it never outstayed its welcome. It did what it needed to do and didn't have padded content, to just being like, let's just expand the player's playtime and let's add crafting, let's add this stuff. So it's just like, it gives you the experience.
I like crafting.
You know what I'm trying to say, though?
I know you're trying to
say. A lot of games bloat because they want to come out and say, hey, you're getting your money's worth. And partially they have to do that because they have to justify the cost of the game. It's like, don't worry that it's $80. Don't worry that it's $70, because this is going to give you 100 hours of experience, 100 hours of playtime. But then you have these games out here that are like Split Fiction that are 13 hours long, and you don't get that experience from any other game on the market. Or you have Blueprints, which can take you a long time, but it's a puzzle. So there's a lot of different ways you could go, and it's like, it's not just like, all right, I just need the AAA stuff. And then some of the stuff, even like Expedition 33, some of like, is that AAA, is that AA? It doesn't even fucking matter. It's better than most of the games that release, and it's gonna be the best game that releases this year, period. I can't imagine any game being better than it. And it was like a first-time studio, French, ex-Ubisoft guys, apparently only like 4 of them or whatever. Like, seriously. Like, you can take your homogenized, paint by numbers, committee-made, $80 open world stuff, and you can shove it. You know what I mean?
Damn.
I'm just saying, man. Like, it's how I'm feeling right now. How I'm feeling.
Rand throwing the industry under the bus, man.
I mean, they're gonna get what's coming to them if they want to keep on going. I mean, I know some people might be happy about, well, we should have been paying this much for games because of inflation and all that stuff. I mean, whatever. Well, you better hope these games are good, because not everybody's got disposable income, and
in a roundabout way, this kind of goes back to what I said at the start of the show, where it's like the industry is kind of, they're splitting off into specialized cohorts in a way, where it's like you've got devs who are about our age, who they want to make games that they'll enjoy playing.
Sure.
Which is why we even have Expedition 33.
Which is why a lot of the games now are Souls-like in some fashion, because those guys like to play Souls games. And
yeah,
there's even some of that to Expedition 33 with the parry and dodge system, right?
Yeah. And also, I think that it's clear that the sort of the vibe of some of the areas and the bosses, like there was one boss in the game where I was just like, hang on a sec, that looks very, very similar to a certain boss in the Elden Ring DLC with the blue and fiery swords, But anyways, Renala, I think her name was, but it was clearly like a homage. There's a lot of homage in Expedition 33, and at its core, it's like Square Enix has stopped making turn-based Final Fantasy games, So we'll make our fucking own. And they went and did it. And then people of our generation who's like, man, I miss when Final Fantasy was like this. They've showed up in their millions to appreciate this game, and that's just so exciting. But that's my point. It's like there will be people who will make games for us still, and I think there'll also be people who make games for different kinds of price points and all that kind of stuff. Like I've been playing a game called Undivine recently, which is literally a pixelated Metroidvania indie game, which is very, very good. And I think it's like $20 or something. There's so much abundance on Steam for all kinds of gamers, and you know these studios are finding their niches. You know they're really finding their niches. So yeah, you have your big blockbuster games like Fortnite with the artificial intelligence Darth Vader, which is like Gen Z and Gen Alpha Beta or whatever. But it's I think increasingly it's like the market, the addressable market for those designed by committee, Blandy McBland, corpo kind of games. I think that market has been squeezed out the window because increasingly the games that people of our age want to play, we're being served increasingly by indie devs like Expedition 33, Sandfall Interactive, and also Owlcat Games. Like Owlcat Games, like are flying right now. Like they've just put out another DLC for the Warhammer 40k CRPG they made, which that has done really well. And Larian with Baldur's Gate 3, that did extremely well. You know, and these are all studios that aren't sort of beholden to corporate bureaucracy. You know, producing these games. I think publishers have sort of shifted away from trying to make games for us increasingly, you know, and maybe they just not capable of making those kind of games anymore because they feel like, oh, there's not enough opportunity for our shareholders around. Not enough opportunity for the shareholders at the end of the day.
Mm.
But hopefully those devs will keep serving us. And the only publisher that I really think is addressing the expectations of older gamers who are more traditional are companies like Rockstar and hopefully CD Projekt Red, which I want to give a shout out to Paris Lilly, who helped with the podcast Wallow 6. So thank you so much, Paris. And if I can ever do anything for you, let me know. Paris has been out to Poland recently
Yeah.
for an event and a
Vision.
game dev.
Yeah, I
And
saw Vision inside CD Project Red. Wasn't somebody from Windows Central there too?
yeah, but the event wasn't for CD Projekt Red.
Ah.
I think I can't say what the studio was the event was for, but Paris was there, I presume, for that event, and he was just like, I'm in the area, let's hang out, you know, to see
Yeah.
Project Red. I presume. I don't know, maybe Paris has got an exclusive Cyberpunk 2 preview on the
Exclusive
horizon.
Witcher 4.
But
You know?
exclusive Witcher 4 stuff, yeah. So but you know, CD Projekt Red are like amazing too, and they are people who want to make games that we want, but of that level of quality. And yeah, they fumbled Cyberpunk, but I genuinely don't think they'll make that mistake again. But I don't know, man. But your rant about Expedition 33, like I felt the same righteous indignation when I wrote that article about, you know, Square Enix recently, a few weeks ago, which made a lot of people angry.
Mm.
And because I wrote something like Expedition 33 proves that Square Enix needs to stop gaslighting us about turn-based gameplay or whatever. So it was something to that effect. It was quite incendiary, right? And I had some comments from like some like Nomura and people high up at Square Enix where they're saying like, turn-based is not good for modern games and you know shit like that. And it's like, bro, look at this Expedition 33 eating your lunch while you make like the most blandest hack and slash Final Fantasy I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, but hold on. You said Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was like one of the greatest
No,
games you've
no.
ever played.
I'm talking about 16.
Oh.
See, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth retains a lot of that tactical heritage. You know, you can still cast the spells. You can still, you know, it's not a true hack and slash, as in like you're trying to do combat stuff. I'm talking about Final Fantasy 16, which is the mainline Final Fantasy, right? I thought that was. I still haven't finished it because I was so bored. I think the combat in that game is absolutely abysmal. I do think Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth is a good compromise between those two universes. My issue with Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth was the Ubisoftification of it, where it's like, oh yeah, go here and climb up this tower and unlock more icons on the map. Just that horrible sort of, oh, every AAA game does this, so we have to do it too. It's like, no, don't go down that rabbit hole. It's stupid. I just want to be able to like explore and find things by myself, and like unique things like Elden Ring. Although Elden Ring fell a bit back into copy and paste. Sometimes.
I mean, hey, the new Elden Ring Nightwing comes out in a couple. Night Rain comes out in a couple weeks. You're gonna be digging into that. Get your multiplayer squad ready to roll.
I'm actually filling in review requests for that as we speak.
Interesting.
But it's not for me. I think it's gonna be for my colleague. I might give it a go, but like I do like just taking Elden Ring as an example. Like in the DLC in Elden Ring, there's like no game does this anymore, and it pisses me off. But like you can just find a random ass cave in a cliff, and I was just walking around. There's no icon on the map. There's no NPC pointing you there. It's just a hole in the wall, a crevice, unassuming crevice in the wall. You would never even you might even overlook it. It's in a shadow. There's trees around. And then you go inside, and it's like it opens up into this massive labyrinth of caves, and it's full of lore, and there's like a boss at the end, and and there's unique enemies that are only in that cave, and it's like, holy shit! What this sense of discovery? So few games do this anymore because someone with a spreadsheet has said, how many people are actually going to engage with that if you don't put a big arrow telling them where to go? How many people are going to engage with that? Is that a worthwhile use of our resources to make a cave that many players might not even see? Is that a good idea? Is that a good idea? In fact, here's a spreadsheet and a PowerPoint presentation to explain why I don't think that's a good idea. And I remember EA in a presentation saying like, oh, only 20% of people play Renegade Shepherd. So their logic, and they were saying this like it was a good thing. They were like, only 20% of people play Renegade Shepherd, so therefore we're going to remove Renegade Shepherd, without even considering the fact that, oh, you've not just removed Renegade Shepherd from the game, you've also removed the sense of choice you derive from picking the Paragon Shepherd options. So now, like, not only have you've deflavored your game, you blandified it. I've just invented two words there in one sentence.
You did.
You've blandified it and deflavored it, neither of which I think are words. But you've also you've reduced its replay value, and you've also removed your unique selling point. Because some dickhead with a spreadsheet told you that there wasn't enough engagement on the feature. So this is why games like Elden Ring, Expedition 33, Baldur's Gate, and all these kind of games which aren't so anal about spreadsheets, engagement, and telemetry, and I've written about this before. I think telemetry is it maybe it can help you in a little bit, but it shouldn't be your gospel. It shouldn't be your Bible. It shouldn't be something that you're literally telling your artists what to do. It should maybe inform you a little bit about how players are behaving to some degree, but there's so much of the human experience lost when you try and distill it down into a fucking column in a fucking spreadsheet, Rand.
I agree.
You feel me, bro?
I feel you, bro.
Feel me?
I feel you.
Feel me? Good. So I should give away some codes in the chat.
You should. But also, let's talk about these next... well, I guess these two are kind of related in a way. One is about the Xbox back compat stuff coming back in a way. I saw Jason Ronald tweet about it, and then there was job listings, but then also the Xbox next gen plans, because there was job listings for Snapdragon and ARM and stuff, and these next devices. I figure we can kind of combine both of these, and I know you wrote an article about this, the next gen plans, about what they're on. So a lot of people are talking about this being on ARM, Qualcomm, and all that stuff, and what it could mean for the future. I mean, there was FTC leaks in 2022 that mentioned that they might go this way. So are they going this way, Jez? Are they going down the ARM path, or are people being too quick to kind of... Are they jumping to conclusions too soon?
Okay. The next Xbox is not on ARM.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
But Brad said it was confirmed.
Brad, I love you, Brad. I love Brad Sams. He's a great guy. But jump the gun a little bit on this one. So Qualcomm had the job listing where they were like, yeah, we wanna get some employees to help us shape the messaging for next generation of Xbox hardware that leverages Qualcomm stuff. Xbox and Surface, it specifically said. And so I think Brad like looked at some of the stuff from the FCC trial where they were talking about doing due diligence on processing and processes. Can that actually necessarily provide us with a good experience and that kind of stuff? I think they probably have explored it because ARM has the translation layer between Windows and ARM has improved over time, but it's absolute garbage for gaming. Except for like the most casual, like for just the most casual generalized gaming, ARM is awful unless it's cloud, unless it's casual games, and even sometimes then they don't translate well and they don't work very well on Windows. So like there's already tons of videos about the Copilot Plus PCs which are ARM based on Snapdragon Elite processor range. And you can just go on YouTube and watch any video like trying to run like I think what's the most recent Surface Pro that has ARM in it? Is it Pro 11 or is it Pro 12? I can't remember. The new Surface Pro is called the Surface Pro 12-inch because Microsoft can't name things properly. So but yeah, there's tons of videos about all the compatibility issues that the translation layer throws up. And you're telling me at a time where like Xbox is already sort of facing really strong questions about its dedication and commitment to Xbox as a platform, you're telling me they're going to stir the pot by putting in an SoC that is barely compatible with the most basic Windows gaming runtimes, when in a time where they've actually publicly stated they're committed to backwards compatibility. It's just not a thing that's happening. I will say this though. I believe they're probably exploring it. I believe that Qualcomm would love for it to happen someday. I'm sure they would, right? And I wouldn't be shocked if there are going to be third-party devices which are designed for Xbox using that green logo, which use this technology, but they're going to be cloud-based. There's already an ARM-based Xbox device, and it's called the Logitech G Cloud. It's a cloud device. It's an Android cloud gaming device. So that's really what Qualcomm was talking about here, is like working with Microsoft to improve the Xbox experience on those Copilot Surface PCs. Because right now it's terrible. And it's so terrible, in fact, Rand, that Microsoft has blocked the ability to download Xbox Play Anywhere games on those devices because it's terrible. That does not scream confidence in Snapdragon to me. So, yeah, and furthermore, I checked with my sources, and the same sources who told me all about Kennon and all the other stuff which has come true recently for people who, if some people still doubt my ability to give you exclusive information on hardware, please just go and look at my track record, right? I've consulted my source on this. They pretty much confirmed outright to me that the next Xbox devices from Microsoft specifically, they are not going to be ARM based. Not going to be Qualcomm, not going to be ARM by AMD or anything like that. The main SoC, I would think, is just going to be a typical AMD kind of chipset, like we used to, because of backwards compatibility.
Well, now there's the backwards compatibility stuff about the Jason Ronald, the job listing. What does that have to do with it? Because I sort of feel that has more to do with forwards compatibility and making sure that all your current stuff and all your current Xbox games work on PC moving forward, than rather of exploring more backwards compatibility options and getting more games in there. I feel it's more about that aspect than it is about expanding the back compat program essentially.
I mean, Yeah, I mean, part of it might literally be like to get Microsoft games running on those Copilot devices. You know, the solving the translation layer issue, which prevents games from running well on those Snapdragon processors. That literally might be what the job's for. And I can see a future where, you know, maybe after this next gen, that Microsoft starts exploring ARM processors for an Xbox or a gaming device or like a gaming laptop or a gaming tablet or something like that. I can see a future where that happens, but it's nowhere near ready. It's nowhere near ready for that, to the point where like maybe Microsoft would even consider risking it on something that's too immature, when they've already got to start thinking of, if they are doing 2027 as the launch window for next gen hardware. They already need to start thinking about assembly lines and choosing the specs and choosing the hardware and all that shit. Do they really want to risk it all on an unproven platform? Maybe they can't solve the translation layer issues, you know? So there's all these kind of things to consider, but I will say this, like, Brad Sams is a great dude, and Stardock, he works for Stardock, which is a great company. Like, I use Start 11 on my computer so I can get the transparency effect on the start menu. So like Stardock make a lot of great hardware and software, and I think it is a good theory, and I think one day maybe we will see ARM-based Xbox devices from Microsoft too. Because like the benefit supposedly is that they're more power efficient, right? But that's the thing, when you start like factoring in translation layers and compatibility, backwards compatibility, emulation stuff, then you lose a lot of that power. You lose a lot of that battery life. You lose a lot of that efficiency because you're having to add some overheads to your whole platform, right? So yeah, it's not going to be an ARM. I'm on the record saying that. I put it on Windows Central, so you can take that to the bank. But I do think Brad's onto something. They're definitely cooking something with ARM, but I think it's more focused around the Surface Copilot PCs.
Okay. Yeah. So, I guess I don't know. When do you think we'll see a reveal of this stuff? You're suggesting you think we'll see Project Kennon sometime this summer? Kennon, whatever. Kennon and Cal. So it's probably this summer for launch later this year, like September-ish. I don't know. And I mean, if your 2027 holds, I would imagine they'd reveal the console and the handheld maybe next year. It's usually like a year out when they reveal that sort of stuff, right? Or maybe they can, because like I don't know, they talk about their plans and they talk about innovation and they want people to buy the device, based on merit, right? Because obviously you're not going to have exclusives to sell, and at this point, is that going to be able to sell any of these Xboxes, Series X's priced at $599? That's a really expensive price point.
This is the first gen where the consoles have gone up in price, not down in price. Yeah, isn't it?
I mean, I think so, because normally over time prices decrease. You know, how quickly did like PS2 get to $199? And I mean, hell, like I remember the GameCube got to $99, and the 360 had a bunch of iterations and dropped its price. And now it's like, all right, well, you know how expensive stuff is, and it's just like, all right. And then now, PlayStation, their most recent thing, I do like how they're like, oh, by the way, the health of our business should be based on monthly active users and all that stuff.
Who does that sound like?
I mean,
that sounds like someone I know.
I know it sounds like someone I know too that used to say those sort of things, and I thought that's kind of funny because some of the fans didn't like that. What do you mean? It's all about console sales. What are you talking about? So, actually, it's about monthly active users and all that, those other sort of things. So I sort of wonder
if it really is about monthly active users. Where's my Helldivers 2 on Xbox?
Yeah,
because the Helldivers devs were just like, oh, actually, our next game's not being made by PlayStation.
Arrowhead's like, oh, by the way, our next game's 100% funded by ourselves, and we're gonna be we're most likely gonna be multi-platform, which is good for them. I mean, maybe they made a mint off of their working with Sony on Helldivers 2, right? and
I hope they did.
they're just like, all right, you know what? We're gonna spread our wings and hopefully we do well. Unlike how Moon Studios like Ori 1 and Ori 2 hits, we're gonna go out on our own with no rest for the wicked. We signed with this publisher. The publisher went under, and no rest. And then like he's out there being like, "Please rate this game high." Getting upset because people from people posted a Discord message and being like, "Actually, we're not really like." Oh my god. Okay, whatever, dude. Like whatever. So
whatever.
Yeah. Clearly, I think Arrowhead, right? That's their studio name, Arrowhead?
Arrowhead, yeah.
Yeah. I sort of wonder what their next game's going to be, but whatever it is, I wonder how it came down. Like, you would think Sony, unless Sony's just basically like, oh, live service stuff, we're pulling back way hard on that stuff now, because of what's happening with oh man, Jade Raymond. Oh, Jade Raymond. Oh my lord.
I feel kind of bad. I feel kind of bad for her, but it's also like kind of her own doing.
I mean,
isn't it?
She hasn't like shipped a game in over probably a decade, and it's just like the year is like 2014. Jade Raymond has left her studio. The year is 2018. Jade Raymond has left her studio. The year is 2021. Jade Raymond has left her studio. The year is 2025. Jade Raymond has left her studio. Like,
it's not a good look, man.
And that's not even like a joke, Like, that actually is like what happened. So when I look at Arrowhead,
I wonder what it is. I wonder what it is exactly.
I don't know.
It's so strange.
I mean, she did own Haven. It was hers, and I'm assuming she had a pretty penny from once she sold to Sony. But also, like, in that reporting came across that like the last playtest for Fair Games, now without the money sign, just an S, wasn't very positive. And well, we saw what happened with Concord. We see what's currently going on with Marathon, and you have Arrowhead, who is the only one who's made a successful live service game for PlayStation. And successful that any publisher would love to have something that sold that many copies that quickly with that sort of user engagement and with that sort of staying power. And you would think Sony would be like, let's do another game. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know if it's Helldivers 3 or whatever, but let's work together on the next project. And instead, they're going on their own. So I don't know like which one ended the relationship. Was it like Arrowhead being like, all right, let's see what we can do on our own and bet big on ourselves? Or if it was Sony and they're like, you know what, we're going to be not doing live service stuff anymore because we're just fucking bad at it. Right? We have no clue. And you called it. All back then, you were like, Sony doesn't have the wherewithal or the cojones to release a live service game that maybe not be good in the beginning and that needs work and time and money to pour into it. It's like they don't have what it takes to sit with the project like that and turn it into something that's a success. And they didn't. And when they actually were presented with that, they folded in 2 weeks. And we're like, nope. And then you hear about all these cancelizations of all these other games in their live service plan. Jim Ryan, man, what a dude. What a dude. When you think about the legacy of Jim Ryan, lying, crying, Jim, I forgot the rest of how it even goes. Jim, how did the rest of we used to talk about him in that way? I forget his full title, but.
Lion, giant.
Lion, crying, flying, Jim, dance moves Ryan. I think was his name that we always used to say about him. But you look at
it reminds me of Ric Flair, the wheeling deal, like the Ric Flair promo where he just goes completely off the rails.
Kiss stealing, limousine riding. Yeah, but you look at his legacy at PlayStation, and sure, like. Europe was he created PlayStation Europe as this stronghold where, that was the one area where Xbox, even during their best generation, the 360 gen, really didn't do well. And it was dominant. PlayStation was dominant in Europe. And then he took over everything and implemented this live service push when PlayStation was known for these big AAA cinematic games that sold incredibly well. Was part of the reason why the PS4 generation did what it did. And then like all of his bets and all these things and all this push basically ended up in just, what is even the word to describe it? A catastrophe? How many games were canceled because, you have like Bluepoint put on a God of War live service game. You close Japan Studio and some of these other ones, and then you buy Firewalk and Haven, but you have to shut them down, Concord down because of what happened. Now it looks like Fair Games, like she built the studio, she's gone. What does that say about the future of Fair Games? And, Last of Us Online and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, holy shit, you want to talk about legacy and planning? Everything that he planned, like game-wise, just like turned to complete shit. And because of that, you're going to have less games during the PlayStation gen because so many games were canceled. It's mind-boggling when you think about that in that way. So I don't know what Jade Raymond does now. Because, who's going to take her on? She hasn't done anything meaningful since, Assassin's Creed 2? I think Watch Dogs was maybe the last game she was executive producer on. So anybody that, it's like anybody that hires Phil Harrison, you are getting exactly what you asked for, or not. What you're getting at that point with Agent 47 Phil Harrison. He comes in and destroys your company. We've seen it multiple times. we know what you're getting with Jade Raymond.
Oh, no.
She's not going to be there when the product's going to be finished. She's going to leave and whatever. So it's like, who would want to hire her at this point? I don't know.
Gosh, man.
It's true, though.
Maybe you're just a bully.
Tell me when I'm telling lies. Tell me when I'm telling lies. I don't know.
I think you're telling the truth.
And then you look at Marathon right now. Bungie, who just held a podcast. But Marathon didn't set the world on fire, right?
Did they hold a podcast?
They had a podcast today, which I think they had some tweets last night addressing the plagiarized assets. So I think they kind of had a canned response during their podcast today, and they talked about the changes and stuff they're going to be making to Marathon and all those things. But it's like, Marathon came out, the next big game from Bungie, makers of Destiny and Halo, and it kind of was like, I don't know about this game. Some people liked it, a lot of people didn't, and then here comes Arc Raiders, took all of its thunder, and it was like, no, that's the game. And then you find out that Marathon, it's art. It was literally plagiarized. It's like whole aesthetic was ripped off of some artist, and you're just looking at it like, this isn't the first time this has happened with Bungie.
Nope.
And now they got to address it, and they're like, well, as a policy, we don't steal people's work. Well, thank God it's your policy you don't steal anybody's work. Woo! Then they throw some ex-Bungie employee under the bus, because a lot of people were saying originally it was like, oh, this was like a third party, it wasn't really its own Bungie, but now they came out and said it was a former Bungie employee that did it. And have you seen some of the stuff? He's like, he just literally ripped it, even with like the verifying things the artist put in to kind of show it was hers. It's all there. And it's just everything about Marathon has just been bad. And then you add this on top of it, and it's just delay the game. You probably should just delay the game. But then when you think about it,
the game's cursed. I don't think delaying it's gonna.
Well, here's the thing.
It turns into a banger.
Here's the problem with delaying the game to next year, is you have Arc Raiders to worry about this year. GTA 6 is not this fall, so the window's open, right? You could look at it and be like, well, there's no GTA this fall, so we have this window where we can launch our game. But by all accounts, Arc Raiders is even better, and they're probably one be like, well, we're going to launch it. We're going to eat your lunch. So if you do delay Marathon to next year, you got GTA in May, and so it's like it depends on how far you delay it. Are you going to delay it to early spring? This is almost like the whole Fable situation, which I sort of explained in the last podcast or 2 podcasts ago, where I'm worried that Fable's going to come out, or Gears E-Day, fall of next year, right? As like the two, like next year, fall next year, you're going to have, well, fall next year, you should have Forza Horizon 6, Gears E-Day, and Fable. But you're going to have those games, and you're going to have COD, and you think you're going to be safe because GTA 6 is May. And even though Take-Two is saying that they feel pretty confident about a date, and when we have an actual date, we usually hit that. You know, okay, fair enough. But we've also seen this story play out before. And there's a part of me that's like, there's no way GTA is in May. It's coming in September. So now I'm like thinking like, all right, if you're Fable and if you're these games and you're this fall, because I don't think it's going to be an avowed situation with Fable where it's delayed and it's like, instead of coming out in October or September like it's supposed to, it's going to be like February or March. I think Fable just needs more time. So they're probably looking at the fall, but then you have every possibility and chance that GTA could get delayed again and end up in the fall anyways. And then you're fucked. What do you do? It's one thing to release a game like a South of Midnight up against GTA or like Double Fine's new game, right? It's another thing to release a Fable up against it, considering how much time and energy and money has been put into Fable, where something like GTA could severely cripple that game. So then it's like, well, do we delay it to 2027? So it's like, there's that. So you're probably anxious of like, oh shit. Like, one, you got to make sure the game's good, and we got to hit our dates. So, okay, we're planning for the fall. And you're like, feel all right because, GTA 6 is in spring. But then at any point in time, that shit could get delayed. And then you're looking at like, well, shit, what the hell do we do? And like, you never know. GTA 6 could pull one of these things like, you know what? The campaign's launching first. So the campaign's launching, and then a month later, the multiplayer launches. So then you get like 2 launches of this stuff. I mean, maybe they do it all like, I think like GTA 5, it was like a 2-week delay. But now I'm sure Bungie's looking at Marathon like, all the shit that's going on with it, maybe we just need to delay it, but then you delay it, and how close are you going to be to GTA, and does that hurt you? So it's like, you still have that looming on all out there, and it's, I don't know, like I don't know, did you see even the art director of Marathon follows this artist on social media, but has never communicated with them, and it's like,
that's the really damning thing, is that it wasn't just him. It was like multiple Bungie artists were following this woman, and they jacked the entire aesthetic. There's multiple examples of like direct art lifting, where they not only, you know, took inspiration from, they like actually just lifted things to the point where the fonts and even the words are the same. But then there's also like the entire game is based around her body of work on this graphic design aesthetic. So it's like it is a disaster for Bungie. Not only because people are skeptical already in Marathon. People have been calling it a corpo shooter already. You've got Arc Raiders, which is, you know, people are already comparing it to, and people saying Arc Raiders is going to eat its lunch anyway. And then, you know, plenty of people like anecdotally speaking, my uncle, shout out to Simon, he's pissed on the pure basis of the fact that it's not Destiny 3. So, you know, like for me, I'm just like, if I'm a Sony and I'm looking at my operating income, which is still not, the margins are not where they want it to be. Do I take a punt, a risk on a genre with my most prolific multi-platform studio that is take a risk on a genre which is arguably becoming saturated now anyway? Or do I make Destiny 3, which has an install base already, tons of fans, a huge legacy, and all this kind of stuff? And I appreciate the idea that artists maybe sometimes they want to try and do something new, but it just kind of feels like now is not the time, and also you've kind of got to earn that, I think, sometimes. And I think with Destiny 2, like they could have rejigged Destiny 3 to make it cheaper to run, because that's one of the big issues with Destiny 2 and Destiny 1 as well, because they're basically the same game. It was just really expensive to run, you know. And I honestly think Diablo 4 is going to have this problem. These are games that don't necessarily need dedicated servers, in my opinion. You could achieve a lot of what they do with peer-to-peer servers, like what Monster Hunter does and stuff like that. I don't think you necessarily need the server infrastructure that these games try to force upon us, you know. And that just increases your overhead. So it's just an example of things that they could change to make it a more efficient business or a more effective business model that could give them like a real bedrock in order to go and make something like Marathon, or makes a spin-off, or make something new, or make something fresh. You know, this to me just feels like it's heading for a disaster. Could be totally wrong. Maybe, like, I've seen plenty of positive comments about Marathon, like Chris Raygun, Sacred Symbols. He's always said he enjoyed it, and I've watched some of his clips saying it was good. So, you know, maybe it'll be good, and maybe it'll find its audience, and maybe this will all blow over. But I just think it's like it's the wrong time to take such a risk like this. You know, when you've got a game like Helldivers 2, which probably took a fraction of the money to make that Marathon's gonna take, because like you've got a mature studio with a lot of staff that are in a place that's quite expensive to make games, in a big established studio where people have had a lot of pay raises over the years. I don't think you take this kind of risk with that company. I think you go for something safe and make a Destiny 3. But I don't know. Rand. It'd be interesting to see where it goes. There's certainly precedent for them to prove people wrong. You know, like Apex Legends, for example.
Mm-hmm.
It's happened before, so let's see where it goes. I'm intrigued either way.
Yeah.
That's my rant. That's my rant about that.
Let me get some of these super chats. We got Coder Games.
Get him, Rand. Get him in.
Says, kudos to Mr. Booty for keeping studios in check and keeping their founders, even Daryl Gallagher, by giving them the time and resources, unlike Herman. Well, I mean, some of the founders have left. I know the guy who owned Ninja Theory, he's gone. He left before Hellblade 2 came out.
Well, he made his money, right?
I mean, he's made his money. And you can make the same thing about Jade Raymond. Like, maybe she made her money on her sale to PlayStation. And maybe she stuck around for the amount of time, just left. But some of these guys are just looking for the payday, and then they'll leave.
Well, I think any company in history, they're looking for an exit eventually. Most companies are. You know, that's the whole point of owning a company. It's very rare that a company is just like, oh yeah, we want to be doing this forever. You know, eventually they want to sell to someone, to some entity or whatever. So I don't like denigrate people for trying to get an exit. You know, but at the same time, it's like, what's the Microsoft's plan to maintain that studio's culture, to maintain the expectations that they've built up over the years, right? Because now it's like all those fans that were built up over the years, they're kind of left in the lurch, right?
Yes.
So I'm like, because honestly, like with State of Decay, and State of Decay 3 is probably my most anticipated game that we don't know much about.
Jeff Strain left, right?
I'm a huge fan of Jeff Strain, because obviously he's worked on World of Warcraft and ArenaNet and stuff like that. And it was kind of like, well, if now he's got the resources to truly realize this vision of a zombie apocalypse simulation game, I really like that idea. But now he's gone too, so just is what it is, I guess.
Yeah. We have Freddie Fox says, Rand, did you know to watch Rebels Season 3, Episode 18 after Episode 9 of Andor, and Andor is absolutely amazing, make Rogue One even better than before? I've never watched Rebels, but as soon as Andor did end, I immediately watched Rogue One. I just had to. It felt like the concluding piece.
Right.
It just felt right. Like, it was like, okay, I've just watched 2 seasons of the show. Some of the best, not only is it the best Star Wars stuff made since the OG trilogy, but it is honestly some of the best TV period going on right now. And I was like, okay, like I have to watch Rogue One now because of, what it essentially leads into. It feels like I'm like, okay, this is the conclusion. Oh God, the show is so good. Like the show is so good, and I can't believe
I didn't even know it ties to Rebels, so that's giving me extra incentive.
No, I know what he means with that stuff because I did like read up on it, but yeah, no, I didn't watch Rebels. I have no interest in watching Rebels.
Yeah, because you're a Philistine.
We got Chaos Might says, first live show back in about a year. Glad both are well and love to listen, even when I don't make it any live anymore. Appreciate your show, Rand, with Jez as the guest. I mean, yeah, these are the best shows with Jez as the guest, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, I gotta say, like, it
works better when I'm the guest.
It was the last couple weeks, we were missing Jez, but we were thankful that because there wouldn't have been a show the last 2 weeks without Colt and Paris and Cog. And Cog was so busy. That was like Doom Embargo Day, and he had all these other things going, but he carved out a 3-hour chunk of time. We even started the podcast an hour early just so we could do the show. And I appreciate each one of those guys for jumping on there talking about gaming and making sure that the Xbox 2, this is what happens when you just got two people and one of them decides to have surgery out of nowhere. Like Jez literally told me like 12 hours before, he's like, by the way, I'm having surgery and I can't do the show, find a replacement. And I'm like, what? I had like no heads up. It was like literally the night before. He's like, having surgery and there's a 0.03% chance I might die, so it was real if it does happen, and find a guest because I can't do the show. I'm like, what? I'm like, all right. So like I gotta call up Colt like 2 hours before the show. Colt, Jez can't do the show. Can you do the show? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, I don't know who else.
Yeah, bro.
On a two hour
Why
notice.
Why does it talk like that?
I'm just saying, on a 2 hour notice. It was like,
bro.
How many people like, hey, you want to do this 3-hour show with me? 2 hour notice? Because sometimes people will be like, hey, can you do the show tomorrow? And I'm like, dude, I'm already got stuff planned. I'm sorry,
Mm. Yeah. I mean, all those guys that jumped in to help out, like, really appreciate it. But I did give you enough notice, didn't I?
It was like literally like 12 hours before. It was like that day. You're like, by the way, having surgery, could die during it, 0.3% chance of dying, and it was real if I don't wake up. And and I'm just like, what the? It's like, okay. It's like, okay.
No biggie.
Yeah.
No biggie.
No biggie.
Yeah.
What else we got here? We got Champagne
I
Supernova.
survived.
He says, just my 2 cents, but price is a large consideration for commercial teams. Blanket price points internationally does not work in growth markets like China. Yeah, with the tariff situation and them spreading across like price points everywhere. I'm very curious. Look, we've seen Xbox hardware kind of nosedive in the last couple years, right? Down 30%, down 25%, down 30%. Every quarter it was like down.
Rand, record playtime hours.
I know, but I'm just saying, what I'm curious about is, okay, this last quarter was down 6%. So it was like, oh, all right. I'm very curious how this price hikes will affect the revenue of the consoles, because part of it, well, now the consoles are more expensive. So if you sold the same amount, you actually would get more revenue, right? So that number could go up. But at the same time, I'm super curious to see if it goes down, how much it goes down by. How much does that number attached to those console prices, does that being like, is that a bridge too far for people, essentially? Where like next quarter are we looking at Xbox hardware revenue down 40%, down 50%, where it was like, oh yeah, you know what, like people wanted it at this price point, but they certainly don't. I'm very curious. Is it going to be, no, people are still going to buy Xboxes at the same clip they bought, so revenue actually goes up. Maybe revenue goes up 15%, or actually we don't want, it's too expensive, revenue's down, 45%
Oh,
or
well,
whatever.
Rand, it's about this at the end of the day. It's like not selling them at a loss. It's
Sure.
literally that simple. So
Sure.
like if you the revenue will go down if you sell them at a loss.
No,
If
no,
you
no, no,
don't
no, no.
sell them
No,
you don't sell them
no.
at all, then
It
that's better than selling a product at a loss.
no,
Technically.
because they always compare it to the year previous, right? The same April, May, and June of last year's, and they compare the revenue across it. So is it up or is it
But
down
yeah.
in comparison, right? So like this past quarter, when PlayStation reported how many units they sold, I think they were down like 40% because they didn't sell as many PlayStations as they did last year. But their revenue was up, I believe, just like Xbox's revenue was up. So I'm very curious to see how the price cuts or how the price increases affect their revenue when you compare it from last year to this year. Is it still stable? Is it like, well, we sold the same amount, so actually because it's more expensive, the revenue, because revenue and profit are two different things. So like that's what you sort of talked about. So it's like revenue is actually up because we're selling it and it's more expensive versus nobody wants them now and we're down 45% because nobody bought them. I'm curious to see what those prices do.
I'm really interested too, I suppose. But
he also says Champagne Supernova says I asked Grok to compare average time it takes for a Keeley tweet about negative Xbox news, and it said 1 to 2 minutes. And I asked for PlayStation, and it said he rarely does. Well, he ain't. What's the saying? He's not escaping those accusations anytime soon, huh?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think he is.
Good old Jeff Keighley. Good old Keister. The
Mr. Keighley.
Yeah. So, what do you think about Apple just...
Fuck Apple.
Because I'm saying, like, Tim Sweeney made this whole big thing. Yeah, we won the court ruling. We're going to be back on mobile. We're going to do it big. Here we come. And then this week he's like, we're pulling Fortnite from everywhere because Apple is denying or not even looking at it or whatever. And it's just like, we're pulling it again. How can Apple keep on getting away with this, Jez? What's going on?
I honestly have no idea. I mean, I expect them to, at least with regards to America, I would have thought Apple would be like, okay, we've got a strategy here to put this into some kind of legal quagmire, right? Mm-hmm. But I wouldn't have thought they could get away with that in Europe, and that's kind of what they're trying to do here. I mean, Europe has its bureaucracy layers, but when it comes to the big American tech companies flaunting their rulings, they often have like an emergency session. They're like, yeah, $1 billion fine, boom, and it can be quite quick when there's money to be made potentially. But it's not entirely surprising that Apple would flout the law. That's kind of the company they are: scummy, shitty, crappy products, bad executives, just bad all round, really, Rand. I think Apple's just kind of an evil company, bro. Just evil coded. And, nah, I'm joking. But it's, business is going to business, right? And there's a lot on the to be fair to Apple, there is a lot on the line. Because if the floodgates open towards like, oh, nobody has to pay a cut anymore, then Apple's going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars, potentially, right? I got an email from Patreon this week, Rand, because we are Patreon creators, and you can go and find our Patreon, patreon.com/XB2, if you want to support us. And Patreon sent me an email saying they've got an update pending with Apple as well, where they will allow users to avoid paying via Apple's system to save 30% on our Patreon, which you can already do if you go to patreon.com via the web and sign up there.
Yes.
You don't have to pay Apple's tax because Apple puts a tax on every transaction that happens through their shitty phones. So, if like it's not only Patreon, but it's Netflix, it's Spotify, it's like all these massive services, they stand to, they pass that cost on to consumers, um, in the Apple ecosystem. And they'll be like, well, we can get more signups if we don't have to pay this tax that Apple institutes on us arbitrarily, even if we use our own payment systems. I mean, at the base level, I can understand, like, it's fair if you're using Apple servers, if you're using Apple's payment systems, if you're using all of Apple's shit in order to make a business, then fine. But if I'm a company like Netflix and I've got my own payment systems, I've got my own payment servers, I've got my own servers that are already rent from Amazon or whoever, and there's absolutely no reason whatsoever why Apple needs to take 30%, then it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And not only does it sort of restrict competition, because Apple doesn't have to pay that tax to itself, does it? So Apple has an advantage on its own platform with Apple Music and Apple TV. So that's anti-competitive in of itself. But also, it stifles small businesses. Like, a lot of small businesses can't afford to pay 30%, So, like, or a game developer and stuff like that. So, it stifles creativity, it stifles innovation, which is why Windows is the best place to develop for at the end of the day. It's a completely open platform. Steam wouldn't exist if Apple had control of the PC market. Stuff like that. And all the stuff we enjoy out of Steam. So, and other platforms like that. So, yeah, Apple is scummy. I hope a judge slaps them with a massive ruling, and I hope they lose billions of dollars and go out of business. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Yeah, well, let's see if that ever happens, because it seems they can just sort of do whatever they want, do whatever they feel like, right?
Do whatever they want, yeah.
Do whatever
sure
they
does
feel
seem
like.
that.
Did you see Steam was breached, but then not really?
Yeah, this is an interesting one, because I saw this Steam breach story on a website called XDA. And XDA developers, I've seen them report on things like this in the past, where it was like completely jumping the gun. So I was immediately skeptical because of the source. And lo and behold, it was a load of bullshit. And although there was some breaches related to Steam, it was like Steam's systems itself were not breached, no passwords were leaked. All the stuff that supposedly had happened hadn't actually happened. So that's good news all around, I think. Because people be hacking, Rand. People be hacking. People want to steal your shit, bro. They want to see all those Steam games you bought in a Steam sale and never played. Please don't look at my Steam sale. Thanks. My Steam account. I got so many Steam games I've just never.
But it's just funny because usually they'll be like, oh, just to be on the safe side, change your passwords and all that stuff. And Steam was just like, no, nobody was breached, and don't worry, you don't need to change your password.
Yeah.
Just don't worry about it. It's just like, oh, most companies would just be like, oh, maybe you want to change your password, but you should change your password every year. They say, just in case. But it was like, but it's funny because I saw this being shared out by a lot of people. I get DMs from people like, Steam's been hacked, 90 million users' information taken. And I was like, holy crap, 90 million? That's bigger than the PlayStation hack of whatever year that was, 2008 or 2009 or whatever it was. I'm like, this is massive. How are people? But it was like, oh, actually, no, we weren't breached. Nobody's got anything, and don't update your passwords and stuff. And I'm just like, oh, okay. People were celebrating this though. They were like, people that don't like PC gaming or what have you, being like, see, it can happen to anybody. It's like, and then like, oh, Gabe protected us. Gaben, So.
Gaben. Rand, I actually had an email back and forth with Gabe Newell a long time ago.
Did you?
I did. I was about, I don't know, 22, 23 maybe. And I bought a cactus and I named it Gabe Newell the cactus.
Okay.
And I sent him an email saying, hey Gabe, I named my cactus after you. And he just replied like, thanks. So yeah, that's my Gabe Newell story.
Oh, it's a very interesting story, Jez. Thank you for sharing it with all the rest of us. We are now so much smarter for having heard it that now everybody here knows that you had a cactus.
I was so happy about this.
You had a cactus and you named it Gabe, and Gabe Newell of Valve fame.
Bro, I
took
was
the
so happy
time
about
out of
this,
his
dude.
day to thank you for naming him after a cactus. Thank you
I
for
was so
naming a
happy about
cactus
this.
after him. Incredible storytelling. This is the reason why people tune into the Xbox 2, is for little gems like this. Because what other podcast out there, I guarantee you, no other podcast in this planet has ever told a story about how they named their cactus after somebody and then emailed that person and then had that person email them back thanking them for naming the cactus. I guarantee you this has never happened in the history of humankind.
Podcasting.
No, not only podcasting, but humankind. This is the first. This is a truly unique situation that has never happened before in the history of the world. Jez, think about this.
Are you done?
Think about
Are
this.
you done?
No, I'm not even. I'm not
done?
even being facetious. I'm not joking around. Think about this. What you just said has never been said before. Those words have never been uttered before together in this. You know.
In that combination.
In that combination, this is truly. We need to mark this moment down.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Maybe I should have saved it for the podcast. Then I could we could have made some money on that shit, bro.
Yeah. What would name the podcast? Never before said thing in the history of the world. And it was like, here's what it is. I named my podcast. Because think about it. Has anybody ever named a cactus Gabe? No. So the fact that you did and then emailed the guy, bro, seriously, how often can somebody say they've done something completely unique in the history of the world? And we just did something. We did it today on the show. Maybe the first time ever. A truly unique podcast. Xbox 2. That's what you get here. That's why everybody should sign up for the Patreon. Patreon.com/XB2. Links in the description. Or if you're interested, sign up for 2 years of Surfshark VPN. 86% off. Links in the comments. Pinned at the very top or in the description. Helps us out. Show your support for Jez, and by saying a truly unique thing in the history of the world.
Christ.
I figured I should ask you about this. What'd you think about Christopher Dring's quote and then his clarification?
Oh, this is about
how
the publishers don't like the strategy.
Or he talked to some publishers and about the and he's just like, I don't even know. Some of the publishers are like, we don't. What are they doing? Like, should we even bother supporting them? And then he basically came out afterwards and was like, here's our.
Sorry, guys.
Didn't really mean there was just whatever. What did you think about it? What did you think about that?
Well, I was pretty skeptical about it from the off because at the end of the day, as like Satya Nadella said in the quarterlies, Xbox has record playtime hours right now, which means record microtransactions being sold. And that's on the back of, and that's console specifically, by the way. That's not them. They said record console playtime hours. So I'm going to assume that also factors cloud in because cloud is the console version of the game, right?
For now.
And Cloud also had GTA this past month, and there was a lot of hype about GTA. GTA triggered queues on xCloud again, so maybe that's factored in there. But either way, the record playtime hours to me means record microtransactions, right? And I think publishers are probably very happy about it. Like, we do see games skip Xbox, but it's usually smaller games, Japanese games that don't really have a relationship with Xbox yet, or even the Western markets in general, or potentially at least. But for the vast majority of AAA games launch on Xbox from the big publishers, and it's never a fear that a Ubisoft or a Grand Theft Auto is going to skip Xbox, right? There's never that fear. So, I do think, I'm sure there are some publishers, like maybe smaller publishers, who are like, this is dumb. Microsoft's going to exit the market. Oh no, we're going to have to negotiate with Sony, and Sony are going to put up the prices of everything, blah, 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 blah. I'm sure if I spoke to contacts I know at some of the publishers, I'm sure I could find that opinion that exists out there. But at the end of the day, decisions are made on the numbers, right? And if the big publishers are still making money on Xbox, which apparently they are, then the games are still going to come to Xbox. I mean, it's kind of that simple, right? I do think there is, there's a limit to that, and I do think Xbox does run the risk of cannibalizing its own platform. We've talked about this a hell of a lot on the show, so I'm not going to get back into it that much. But what did his retraction actually entail? What did he say that was in retreat of that original commentary? Do you have it to hand? Because I don't, I don't know exactly what he said. That was sort of like, oh, actually, nah. Actually, nah, fam. This is not what I said. A bit like Moon Studios CEO last week, who said in his Discord repeatedly, if you don't leave a positive review, we're going to go out of business. I wrote an article saying, oh, please help Moon Studios, because I got worried DMs about it, and I was worried about it as well. And then he came on Twitter and said, oh, these damn press and their fake news. It's like, what?
And he quote tweeted your tweet. So
yeah.
This is Christopher Dring's retraction. He said, apparently a line I said in my podcast has been picked up. It was the one around some publishers, developers being baffled by Xbox's strategy of putting games on PS5 and questioning why they'd support Xbox if they're not going to grow the console. 3 things to clarify. 1, Xbox's third-party support is stronger than ever. You can see that through Game Pass deals, relationships with Square, Sega, etc. There's no evidence at all of people walking away from Xbox. Quite the opposite. Number 2, this part of the podcast is really to point out the transitional challenge Xbox has in keeping publishers happy with the console while pushing their multi-format strategy.
And I agree with that.
I don't believe for a second we're going to see many companies, if any, move away from Xbox, despite what a few might be grumbling in private. The whole industry strategy is multi-platform. And number 3, ultimately, I believe Xbox's strategy is great. It's just that there's a transitional challenge they need to manage, but they can do it. Xbox and Game Pass is still one of the best value deals you can get in video games. So
that's a pretty great summary of the current situation with Xbox. I agree with that 100%. Microsoft internally refers to it as a transitional challenge. Remember the whole brand is being stressed thing we talked about before. Sometimes I get sort of transcripts from internal town halls that Microsoft's put on for its staff and stuff like that, where they do talk about things like the transitional challenge. And there is a transitional challenge between keeping the core fans on board to some degree and also finding the new users, as we've discussed ad nauseum on the show. It's all about finding them new users. And I do think at the Xbox Showcase, Rand, you'll see some of the strategy coalesce about how Xbox is going to try and bring more users to Xbox, not just, finding users on other platforms, right? They aren't giving up on the Xbox platform. There is consoles being made. There are initiatives being put in place. They do believe in things like Game Pass, like Play Anywhere, all that kind of stuff is sort of part of the ecosystem now, for better or worse. And it's going to take time for that to sort of coalesce into a cohesive vision, which I think everyone can get on board with. I do think it's very, as someone who's a traditionalist gamer, it is not easy to sort of just accept that, oh, these games were part of the identity of my hobby and now they're not, I think we've all sort of gone back and forwards on that. But I think a lot of people's concerns about this strategy is how other people are going to think about it. Oh, what if everyone leaves the platform? Do I have to leave the platform? Whereas most people don't actually care that much if their games are on other platforms. They're often worried about how other people are going to react to it. I kind of feel like, I don't know. But yeah, I agree with what Chris Dring said. Be interesting to see where it goes.
I don't know if you heard, but apparently Warzone's canceled, or Warzone Mobile.
Wasn't that a rumor already?
No, I mean they just announced today at the end of support for that game, mobile game.
Right.
And disabling in-game monetization and stuff. I mean, Call of Duty Mobile still exists, and I guess like Warzone Mobile never hit the engagement that they wanted, so
I think they're just cannibalizing each other, kind of, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. But you brought up the showcase, so I know you said you were going to talk about it today, but I do want to bring up this one thing that maybe has something to do with the showcase, or maybe not. Maybe people are blowing this out of proportion. So I'll let you tell me what you think here. Bethesda's trademarked a couple things, 4 things actually. They've trademarked Quake, Deathloop, Dishonored, and Wolfenstein. Now,
I sure did.
Depending on who you ask, this is because they're about to show these 4 games, whether it's all of them or whether it's one of them, at the upcoming showcase. Other people say, well, no, they're just trademarking it because the trademark was running out and they need to trademark it again so they can keep those trademarks going into the future, because you never know, they might have plans for that stuff now. I mean, there were in the Bethesda FTC leak from 2022 that had a listing of all the Bethesda games that were planned, even though it was like out of date and like 2 years out of date, 3 years out of date, like where stuff was clearly pushed back. But a lot of the stuff is lined up. There was a Ghostwire Tokyo sequel there, which probably ain't happening because Ghostwire Tokyo was from Tango? It was from Tango, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But also Dishonored 3 was on there. So, but Dishonored and Deathloop is I don't remember if Deathloop was on there, but the thing is, like, Arcane Leon is making Blade. They were the ones who made Deathloop. And I'm not sure if they're a big enough studio to run 2 projects at one time.
I don't think so.
And Arcane Austin would have been the one doing Dishonored 3, but they don't exist anymore. So, and Quake, it's like, okay, well, id just finished Doom. So, I mean, their next project could be Quake, but they wouldn't be able to show that anytime soon. And Wolfenstein with Machine Games, I mean, they just did Indiana Jones. We know they have another project, but who knows if it's a Wolfenstein, let alone even close to anywhere showing. So, do you expect any of these 4 to be at the showcase, or is just Bethesda just kind of making sure all the boxes are checked and the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, because you never know what the future holds, so they want to keep the trademarks to these games? What do you think is the likeliest scenario?
I think it's just a matter of trademark maintenance.
Just a matter of legal.
I think it's like
stuff.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of legal. I don't think we're going to see Deathloop 2 announced. I mean, I did say that we'll talk about the showcase here, and not going to. I do know a couple of things already, but
you do. Interesting.
No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. I don't like spoiling shows anymore. Well, I never did really, but like, it was like back in the day when it was like I got spoilers for the show. It was like, I need to post this because I need traffic. And it's like, I don't need to do that anymore. But I ain't gonna spoil anything from the show. But I personally haven't heard that about any of those games showing up at the show. Though, like, it's early for leaks at the moment with regards to the show, at least. I haven't heard about any of those. Maybe I will in the coming days or coming weeks ahead. I don't know. But I personally just think that's illegal stuff. I mean, you got to renew your stuff, right? Okay, let me ask you this, Rand. Which of those games would you want to see?
Oh, see, I was going to ask you the same thing, because I agree with you. I would be shocked if any four of these would show up here, because I just don't think, like, to me that would mean somebody else is making them. Would I love to see a Dishonored 3? Absolutely. Dishonored is one of my favorite franchises. I love Dishonored 1 and Dishonored 2. But it would mean that somebody else is making it. And maybe that's a good thing after Arcane, Austin, and what happened with Redfall. Maybe you could give it to a different studio. I mean, like, the Bethesda's work with other studios on other games, like Rage 2, they worked with Avalanche on. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility where they took a property that was done by somebody else, like Rage 1 was done by id during the 360 gen, and then they gave the sequel to a different studio that they don't own, that they partnered with, and then they did Rage 2. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility that they could do it for one of these, like, one of these franchises where it was like, oh, okay, you can do Dishonored for us. Oh, you would like to do Wolf, you know what I'm saying? Because if you look at the internal studios they have, none of them are ready to showcase something of this length. I mean, who'd do Quake? I mean, Quake would either be Machine Games or id, but they just both released their games, so I don't think they're anywhere close to even showing what their next project is. And you, like you mentioned, Machine Games' probably next game is Indiana Jones, which is probably 4 or 5 years away at this point. And I mean, who knows what its next project is? I mean, they just shipped Doom, so they probably gotta get into like a meeting and be like, okay, what's next? So like, we couldn't unless you, like you said, unless you're partnering with another studio. So I don't see any of these games showing up. But if I had to pick one, that's tough because, well, I tell you what, it isn't tough. Because I would easily be like, don't care about Quake. I never was a big Quake fan. I don't really care about Quake. Would I be interested in a Quake remake or a Quake reboot? Sure. Because I don't really know much about Quake in general. So it's the one that you could leave off for me and I wouldn't miss it. But it's also one that would be like, oh, well, that seems cool. I'll play it. But just on the surface of it, I'd be like, get rid. It doesn't bother me if it's not there. So now I got to decide between 3, which is Dishonored, Deathloop, and Wolfenstein. And it's like, I did really, really like Deathloop. I like what they're doing. I think they can improve upon the core mechanics of that game. Because I know some people find that some of it frustrating. You could make it better.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to maybe so like a sequel could improve upon it. And Dishonored, it's like we don't get a lot of stealth assassin type games with the powers anymore. I'd always be down for another entry, and I do love Wolfenstein. I feel like BJ Blazkowicz has another game up their sleeves. If you want to talk about a franchise that really changed the perceptions of what I thought of the franchise itself, and especially the main character, it's Wolfenstein, bro. Because Wolfenstein to me was always just a Nazi murder simulator where it was just, you know, you're just going around killing Nazis and you know, it never really was more to me than that. And then I played what was the one that came out? It was Wolfenstein what was the first one, or the most of the recent the 2 games? Was it the old guard? Wolfenstein.
The Old Blood. You're thinking of the Old Blood. Are you thinking of the co-op game?
No, what was the first one when Machine Games came back during the Xbox One gen? It was the sequel was Wolfenstein: The New Colossus. What was the first one?
And then the Old Blood was the DLC.
The Old Blood was the standalone game, which was great. What was the first game?
New Order was the first game.
Okay,
New
Wolfenstein:
Colossus
The
was
New
the
Order.
sequel.
Yes. So when I played the New Order, I was just stunned by how they had given a lot more humanity to BJ Blazkowicz as a character, because he never was a character to me. It was almost like he was a Duke Nukem-ish character. And
he was a bit like Doom Guy in a way.
But they fleshed out that character so much so that, like, the New Colossus, there was moments where you were like, it was like, holy crap. Like, I care about this man's journey. And that was something I never thought I ever would. So I'm sitting here deciding which of those 4 games I want, and easily I can put Quake aside. And I look at it and I'm just like, I really want to see Quake 3. Or Quake 3. I really want to see Wolfenstein 3. I really want to see BJ Blazkowicz come back one more time. But then I also feel like I don't want somebody else to make the game other than Machine Games. Because I don't know if anybody else could get it right. Could make me feel the way I felt and connect to BJ Blazkowicz the way they did. They took somebody who was basically just a nothing character and they gave him so much life and personality and the tragic backstory to it all that made everything that you were doing so much more meaningful. And I'm not sure I would want anyone else other than Machine Games to make that game. And I don't think they're making it.
I agree.
So that would be the one I would pick. And I mean, hopefully we get one eventually. And I think I even had this discussion on the podcast with you, with the Xbox 2 universe, as you like to say, the community, the universe.
The Xbox 2 universe, baby.
About how after I finished Indiana Jones, that I was like, you know what? Do I want Quake? Do I want Wolfenstein 3 next, or do I want another Indiana Jones? And I was like, man, Indiana Jones was so good. Give me another one. But now I'm thinking about my guy, BJ Blazkowicz, and I'm just like, oh, but do I want another Indiana Jones before Wolfenstein 3? Oh. Because I know if we go to another Indiana Jones, it's going to be 2030. And it's like, oh my God. But then if you even do Wolf 3 after that, it's going to be 2035. And it's like 10 years from now. And it's like, oh my God. Well, you know,
I'm going to be 50.
I mean, but the thing here is, like, we'll probably get both those games before anybody gets Fallout 5. So at least there's that to look forward to. So it's just like, you know, if it was like the 360 gen where you get a sequel every 2-3 years, that'd be fine. But now it's like, you maybe get one game this generation. And Machine Games did deliver one game this generation. And it's going to deliver, well, actually, it delivered 2 because they were right in the cusp of the beginning of the gen. But like clearly it's not going to be ready until 2030. And at that point, that's probably the only id game you're going to get next generation is whatever they do next. And that's it. That's sort of depressing when you think about it, isn't it? That you have to wait so long and you're only going to get one. And there's a chance you may not like it. Like there are people playing Doom the Dark Ages now that are like, oh, I like 2016 better Eternal. And now they're like, fuck. I may not get another Doom I like until, 5 more years. And or God forbid, how long people have been waiting for a new Elder Scrolls game. You know, they sure, Oblivion was holding them over. But now it's like, all right, well, what about if I'm a Fallout fan? You know? Like, shit just takes way too long to make.
It's not easy being a Fallout fan, man.
But shouldn't it be, though? You have this amazing TV show that is supposedly going to run for 5 to 6 seasons.
Yeah, but dude, I want a new Fallout.
Dude, don't you want a Fallout 3 remaster that looks like Oblivion with the UE5? Man, isn't that something you would love? What about a Fallout New Vegas remaster?
I'd prefer Fallout 3. I am one of these people who thinks like New Vegas is like the second coming.
The bee's knees.
So New Vegas is great, don't get me wrong, but I think Fallout 3 is better. I genuinely think Fallout 3 is better overall. But anyway, I digress. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a while, but...
You know what's going to happen is...
Maybe we get some of these, surprises, exciting things.
You know what's going to happen, though, Joes? Is that the Fallout TV show is going to end, and it's going to lead right into Fallout 5.
Well, they've just commissioned Season 3, so...
They did, and they're talking about 5 or 6 seasons. So, wouldn't that be hilarious if, like...
Todd planned it out this way?
It was planned out, which I doubt it is, but, like, it tells the story.
Can you imagine,
with these
though?
characters,
it'd be so hype.
And then
so
it, like,
hype.
The TV show ends, and then Fallout 5 begins where the TV show ends. Wouldn't that be, like, something?
Yeah, it'd be amazing. And if they'd planned it all out, all along, and it was like, this is Todd Howard's master plan after all these years.
So anyways,
I think that'd be rad.
We kind of took a long detour here to get back to the showcase because you haven't really said anything about it, and you're going to say something about it, and we kind of dispelled this Bethesda trademark stuff, and I mean, I guess you say could Blade be there this year? I mean, there's Grubb. I think Grubb said it was targeting 2027. It's 2 years away. I mean, it's possible. Couldn't show Blade this year?
Yeah, maybe
possible.
I mean, like with the showcase, like I said earlier, I don't have a ton of information, like raw information about it yet. But one interesting thing I did hear about it, Rand, and this is something I wanted to ask you about and talk to you about, was it's this idea that there might be something there with mass market appeal from Xbox. Mass market appeal. Now,
all right.
to me, now, like this was sort of like a source teasing me about it because they don't want to share too much either. So that was sort of the hint I was given that there might be something there with mass market appeal.
I mean, that could be anything. So
yeah, like big towards non-gamers was the kind of hint. Like not something for core gamers, like something that was even bigger than the core gaming market. So, do you know what I immediately thought of?
what?
Was stuff like Guitar Hero or 1 versus 100. You know, some of these kind of games that aren't games.
Yeah, 1 versus 100 is
like,
dead. Come on.
Yeah. But something like that.
But I mean,
or like
you say Guitar
Skylanders.
Hero's also not for the core? I mean, what do you mean it's Guitar Hero?
Yeah, Guitar Hero's for the core, but it's for everyone too, right? Like that was Guitar Hero was a fucking toy for Christmas. For God's sake,
absolutely.
It was a zeitgeist buster back in the day. So I was thinking about stuff like that, and they own also like stuff like Skylanders,
sure,
and things like that.
But I mean, is anybody clamoring for Skylanders to come back? Is that something that would be a super mass market thing? Because by the end, Skylanders died out, bro. And I don't think Skylanders isn't what I would call like extremely mass market in the first place.
Oh well, I just meant stuff like that. So like, if it's not Guitar Hero, what else could it be? You know,
I mean,
that's kind of what I was thinking.
Are we going down the barrel? Is this like, do we know? Is this third party or is this like first party?
And don't take this as a leak because it could just be wrong.
Tom Henderson's Henderson's writing up the story as we're talking now, and so's Tom Warren. You're gonna have articles and clips going around about this immediately. You know how this works.
Yeah, well,
Jez Corden, you're gonna see Xbox to have
a vague tease
mega mass market game at their show.
Yeah, it's a vague tease from someone I know. So it just kind of made me. I thought it'd be an interesting discussion point, where it'd be like, what if it is Guitar Hero? What if it is, something like that? Would that be a big deal? Amit Kumar says Candy Crush 2. Yeah, what if it's Candy Crush 2?
Guitar Hero? Is Guitar Hero a big deal in 2025? I don't know about that. I would hazard to say it's not.
Well, what if Jack Black was presenting it, and it was also like a huge marketing campaign?
Jack Black is not going to be at the Xbox Showcase, Jez.
Bro, why not?
He's just not going to be there. We've seen so much. This isn't live anymore, where you could get a surprise Keanu Reeves who goes, "You're breathtaking," and have this incredible moment. Like it's going to be Phil Spencer. And it's going to be Sarah Bond with a special appearance by Matt Booty. We know the playbook, dude. There's going to be no Jack Black here. Unless Jack Black's in a video introducing it. He's not going to be on stage. Come on. We've seen how many of these now? We know how it plays out. I mean, it used to be Pete Hines. They'd shuffle Pete Hines on deck to talk about the latest Fallout and Elder Scrolls Online stuff. And then, all right, later, you did your part, Pete. Oh, you're leaving the company? All right, don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Whoa, Rand.
I'm just saying, we know how these things are structured. Right. So Jack Black ain't showing up, bro. He's not walking through that door, okay?
Well, it was just hypothetical for how they could make Guitar Hero relevant again.
And you're going to make Guitar Hero relevant with an idea. Jack Black?
Maybe it could be something completely new. Maybe.
Why are you focusing so hard on Guitar Hero? It's like you almost know something.
I just want Guitar Hero back, bro.
Do you really want Guitar Hero back, though? How does Guitar Hero even function in the year 2025?
Selling Surface-branded guitars, I don't know.
Yeah, but people already bitch about $80 games, and like Guitar Hero with plastic instruments would be more than that. Like, so are we... I mean, I know there are companies that kind of do those guitars now or whatever.
Mad Cats, maybe.
But I mean, yes, you're right. Guitar Hero 2 came out. I remember the hype around Guitar Hero 2. It was literally everywhere. It was the coolest thing because it was like tactile. You could touch it. Like it was your favorite music. You were like playing guitar, and then you added the drums, like with Rock Band and the voice. So it kind of created this group dynamic that a lot of video games don't have, or at least kind of shoot off when the death of local co-op. But they killed the genre themselves every single year. It's like, hey, the Beatles Rock Band, Metallica Rock Band, Lego Rock Band, Guitar Hero Aerosmith, Guitar Hero this, like they killed it because it was just like, and I remember when I had like 3 guitars. I had the Guitar Hero 2 guitar, I had the Guitar Hero 3 guitar, I had the guitar from Rock Band. Did I play Rock Band 2? I don't even know if I played Rock Band 2. I might have. I remember at one point I was just like, get rid of all this stuff. I don't need it anymore. So, and like when they try to bring it back with Guitar Hero Reloaded, I think it was. I forget the most recent one. Nobody cared really. It was ended. I struggle to see how you would bring it back in this day and age.
Well, it was just an example.
I know it was an example,
point is that
but we're talking about it. I struggled to see how Guitar Hero could come back in this day and age. But again, I'm not an executive or game maker, so maybe they have an idea. You know, we'll see.
Well, that's the weird, like the whole meeting between Kotick and Activision when they were announcing the deal, which I heard the audio of. He said, and this is literally what he said. He said, without Microsoft, we couldn't do things like bring back Guitar Hero, which sounded to me like there was a plan to bring back Guitar Hero.
Yeah, I mean, but plans could be ended, and maybe they're just like, these aren't good plans.
Yeah, fair enough, right? But if it's not that, then what?
I don't know. What is super mass market? I don't know. Spyro 4.
It sounded to me like something it sounded, well, I mean, maybe it's like something that's just got mass appeal, or maybe targets younger audiences like a Spyro. Because the point of the conversation was about attracting new to Xbox users, and it sort of evolved from a conversation about how Nintendo always goes for younger audiences, and they become Nintendo people as they grow up, and they become nostalgic for Nintendo, and they stay in the Nintendo ecosystem generation over generation over generation. Well, generally speaking, unless they do a clanger like the Wii.
Considering Xbox's games are everywhere, so.
Yeah, I mean, this game probably would be everywhere as well.
Yeah, obviously.
But it's about finding those new users or creating new gamers, and it just kind of created an interesting thought experiment in my head.
I mean, no, I mean it's interesting to think about. I mean, yeah, I guess on the surface level of a Guitar Hero could be that, and I just sort of struggle how you bring it back and then tell people, yeah, here's some guitars you could buy, and the game itself is, knowing Activision, $80 plus the guitar, which is probably going to be, you're talking about $150. I don't know. I just sort of feel like people are over that kind of thing. Maybe you bring it back in some way tied to your phone. Maybe there's some partnership.
Plug the guitar into a phone.
I don't know. Maybe there's like some partnership you could make with Spotify, and it's like you could play stuff through Spotify. I don't know. Like, obviously, like I'm not running these companies, but it's interesting. Like, okay, mass market game. What could it potentially be? Okay, yeah, Guitar Hero. Like you said, Phil's mentioned it. Bobby's mentioned it. There clearly were plans for it. How does that shape out in the future? I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I do. So, I mean, I'm gonna ask you this: whenever this is, say, it's revealed or whatever, and you go back to, would he tell you if whatever game it was, that was the game he was mentioning? Like, oh, this, by the way, this was the mass market game, and you'd be like, oh, okay, you know?
Yeah, maybe. Let's find out.
Anything else? Anything else you want to share, or is it still a little too early?
Still a little too early. I mean, there's a couple of other things I know. A couple of things are under embargo, actually. But I do think it's going to be an interesting show. I think it could be quite a different show.
Quite a different show. In what way?
Well, they said before they're not going to hide
The
PlayStation
logos.
and the Nintendo logos from things. So, do we see Nintendo stuff on stage? Do we see stuff from other companies on stage? Is Microsoft, going to double down on the Kumbaya, as some people would say? I do think it's going to be a different show, and it's going to be it's going to underwrite Xbox's transition to big publisher first with a hardware ecosystem second. I'm intrigued to see how that's executed, but we'll see.
Interesting.
Amit Kumar says Pokemon on Xbox confirmed.
What do you think about the whole Palworld situation? And Nintendo.
Oh, fuck Nintendo, man.
Yeah.
Nintendo is just a clown company.
You Nintendo fans listen to this. Donataku, if he's listening to this, he can be upset,
He can be upset. They're a clown company, and the shit they're doing to Palworld is disgusting. Makes me fucking sick. I saw today that they, for example, they filed patents for things that Palworld had already had in the game and showed off ages ago, like the gliders, for example. I don't know how Nintendo can patent gliders when gliders exist in many other games. They exist in Genshin Impact, which I don't think Nintendo would want to go to war with Genshin Impact over gliders and shit like that. It just makes me fucking sick, And if there's one company that I hate as much as Apple, it's probably Nintendo. Well, I don't hate Nintendo as much as Apple, because at least Nintendo has Metroid. But that's the only redeeming quality of Nintendo. But it's just frustrating. I honestly try not to think about it too much because it just pissed me off. Because it's not just about Palworld. I never played Palworld. It's about a big corporate entity wielding its, dick to squash a little company, which pisses me off in of itself. But it's also the chilling effect it has over the game industry, like Warner Brothers patenting the Nemesis system, for example, or any company patenting any game mechanic. Can you imagine if id had patented the first-person perspective in games? Like no other game can have a first-person camera. That's our patent. For just as an example, can you imagine that? You can't patent things like game mechanics because it's art, and art is inspired by other art. You can cry all you want about, Palworld ripped off Pokemon and blah, 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 blah. Nobody seems to care when other games are inspired by other games. But when it's Pokemon, it's like all the pearl clutching comes out. When it's Nintendo, all the pearl clutching comes out. I say fuck Nintendo, fuck Pokemon Company, and I hope they lose with prejudice. And I hope they lose so hard that everyone can rip off Pokemon and just make a better Pokemon. Because ultimately, that's what Palworld was trying to be, was a better Pokemon. And they succeeded. And the fact they succeeded is why Nintendo's such a salty little bitch about it now. So yeah, that's my rant, another rant about fucking Pokemon and Nintendo.
Better be careful. Nintendo fans listening to this show are going to come at you with pitchforks, man.
Bring it.
And
I already had some the other day for my tweet about it. I think I just quote tweeted something like Nintendo is shit. And then I had a bunch of DMs about that.
You did?
It's just I don't even care. It's like I've been doing this 10 years now. It literally doesn't even register with me as a thing that's going on. I just hate that shit, man. I think it stifles creativity. It stifles the industry when companies behave in that way. If it was Microsoft, I'd be saying the same fucking thing. I don't think you should be able to do that. I don't think you should be able to squash a company for doing that stuff. Like, big fucking whoop. Palworld had a mechanic where you throw a ball and an animal comes out of it. Big fucking whoop. Cry me a fucking river. It's clearly not Pokemon at the end of the day. Just pisses me off, man. Look, pissing me off, bro.
Yeah.
Pisses me off, bro.
Well, if you guys enjoyed the show, make sure you hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Check out the Patreon, patreon.com/XB2. And if you're looking for a VPN, Surfshark, rawr, as Jez would say, has got you handled with the hookup of Xbox 2 audience. 86% off 2 years. Links in the description and pinned to the comments section. Let's take some Patreon questions, Jez, shall we?
Sure, man.
If you want to drop a question, patreon.com/XB2. Q&A thread is up. We're going to get to some of that now. We got Batman Beyond, who says, "Hey, Jez, have you heard of any possibility of Forza Horizon 6 coming out this year?"
Nope. Honestly, like, I've never really had Forza leaks or Forza sources ever. I think the one time because I kind of teased that it was Mexico, right? Do you remember back in the day?
I remember.
That was like the only time I think I had anything on Forza ever. But yeah, I honestly don't know what the deal with Forza is. Maybe we see it teased or announced at the showcase.
Usually, historically, Forza Horizon is shown at the showcase the year it comes out. So they basically give it like a 5-month window. And so it's possible they change course and they're like, here's Forza Horizon 6 and it's coming next year. I do think, looking at it, I think Forza Horizon 6 is next year. If I had to like place a bet, my bet's on 2026. But that doesn't preclude them not putting it in the showcase this year. I guess that's certainly possible. But I sort of feel like it's unlikely. So I'm going to say no. And I'm going to say Forza Horizon 6 is next year. And that's a lengthy time between 5 and 6. That would be 5 years. From 2021 to 2026. And it's kind of like all the previous games were either 2 years or 3 years. So it's like the extra dev time, what was it for? I don't expect Forza Horizon 6 to be really any different than in the previous ones. I always kind of just expect it to be more iterations, but then it's like, well, why the extra years of development? Unless they're significantly changing the experience somehow, which I guess is totally possible.
It's gonna be a kart racer.
Yeah, right. It's gonna have like, I mean, people have asked to add motorcycles and stuff like that, or maybe to have power-ups,
airplanes,
like Mario Kart, where you could throw things at stuff. And they've normally stayed away from that type of like car racing. Like, I know I'm gonna use the word here, and maybe it like realistic stuff, right? The stuff they add is more of a realistic nature rather than
it's grounded in reality.
Yeah. But
apart from when it's Hot Wheels.
People have asked for like cops and robbers and like kind of like Need for Speed did. So there's a lot of things they could do. I just think, people see it next year or this year and they're like, oh, it's Forza Horizon, but it's the same as it's always been. So why did it take so long this time? I don't know, but I'm expecting it next year. I mean, yeah, I guess the thing is like, well, how many was the studio helping? A
lot of those devs are helping on Fable, I think.
Probably. So I would guess Fable next year. CJ says, "Hey gents, no question this week. Just wanted to give my best wishes to you both, particularly Jez after his operation. Have a great weekend." Well, thank you, CJ. We appreciate that.
Thanks, buddy.
Does it feel good to be back on the podcast, Jez?
It does. I think it was kind of good to have a break, not just from like just doing anything work related, but mostly Windows Central. I think I really needed a proper break from Windows Central. I know I've been on vacation and stuff, but it's usually been like, oh, we go somewhere and then it's like do loads of activities and don't actually do any relaxing at all. So while I was recovering from surgery, it was just nice to really unplug, I think.
Right.
But I'm glad to be back.
Sierra 11 Kevin says, "Hey Rand and Jez, as always, appreciate you both. And Jez, I hope you are well on your way back to feeling better. Do you have a sense how soon we may get information on the ROG Ally Xbox PC? And do you have any insight as to whether we may be pleasantly surprised with both the hardware and updated Xbox app? Or could this be more of a whelmed moment for the device and app?
Okay, well, sorry, go on.
Well, I don't know if you wrote this article, but I did see an article Windows Central put out recently that said the Xbox game bar is a lot better or something.
Yeah, that was my article.
Okay.
At the end of the day, this is an Asus device, right? So I think Asus has the control over the experience. I'm not expecting Microsoft's platform to take over the Armory Crate, for example. Like the Armory Crate is Asus's software, so which is the game they sell games through it, and also it's how you control the settings of the device. Blah 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 blah. I am not I'm not expecting the Xbox Game Bar or the Xbox app to fully take it over. But I do know the announcement window. I'm not going to share it at the moment because it could be wrong. But it's not far out, put it that way. I don't think anyway. There's Computex this week, for example. Could be there at Computex in Taiwan, which is like a big tech show where Asus and other companies like that tend to present. Could be there, but it's pretty much imminent. Like we've seen photographs of it now, so it's not far off. So I'm kind of holding my breath a bit on the software experience. I think Microsoft still got a lot of work to do. And I think part of the reason they made this device in the first place with Asus was be like, let's have a device that we can really work closely with the manufacturer on so we can really build Windows into a good experience for when we do our own device, right? That's kind of how I'm seeing it, as an early adopter kind of thing. I have, however, heard good things about the hardware. But the thing is, like, when it sounds like the hardware is good, that kind of makes me think the price is going to be beefy as well. So I'll say I'm cautiously optimistic about it for now. The main thing I'm worried about, Rand, is whether it's black or not. Because I don't want white tech.
I mean, I think the thing was that the white one was one version.
The ROG Ally 2.
The black one was a more expensive version.
Yeah, that's how they did it before. So the before it was like you had the ROG Ally regular, and then they did the ROG Ally X, which had a bigger battery life and I think more RAM or something like that. And that was more expensive. I think it was $800. It was more laptop, almost more like a laptop grade kind of device at that point. I'm just kind of hoping that the one with the Xbox button on it and the Xbox integration, I'm hoping that's the better device. Selfishly. But we'll see. One thing I'm really interested about is the chip, because at the end of the day, the Z2 Go, which the new Lenovo Legion has in it, has not been well received. It's not as powerful. I think the idea is that it gives better battery life, but a lot of people say the trade-offs aren't worth it, especially if you plug it in a lot. So I'm hoping it's not the Z2 Go. But I'm also wondering, is it not too early for the Z2 Extreme? Because there's no launch date for that chip yet, as far as I know. So I don't know. But when I do know, you guys will know. And I'll have all the details on windowscentral.com.
Okay, we have Glenn, who says, suppose someone offered you a choice of one of the following. 1, $10 million, or 2, the ability to transform into a dog at will. Which would you choose?
Now, Rand, I actually saw this question earlier.
Is this a meme that I'm missing? Or something?
I don't know if it's a meme, but if it's a meme, someone in chat, let me know. Because there was that debate meme, would a gorilla beat 100 people?
100 guys versus a gorilla, yes. I did see that. What do you think? Who'd win, 100 guys or the gorilla?
The gorilla.
The gorilla would win?
Well, I think the gorilla would run away let's assume that there has to be a fight, right? Because I think
if there was can't get away, or the humans can't get away, and it was like last one standing.
You've locked them in an arena, and it's fight and
And
it's
it's
fight
fist,
only.
and it's
There's
fist,
no
fist versus fists, right?
fist versus
No
fist,
weapons.
and they're locked. They're locked in an arena, and the gorilla can't escape. Because I do think if there was 100 people there, the gorilla would very smartly be like, "Fuck that," and run away. But I do think, like, if you got an enraged gorilla in a cage fight with 100 people, I think the gorilla would win. If there was enough room.
Yeah, I sort of feel the same. Like, if the gorilla was enraged and he as soon as he starts like ripping people in half, the other people would probably freak out and panic and run away, but they can't, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, put a poll in chat about that.
I think you could put a poll if you want. I'm not the only one who can do it.
I don't think I can do polls.
See, like with the
moderators still can't do polls.
my chat is like freaking out right now. Like it's it's constantly crashing, and I can barely I can barely have
that's
it up.
Chromium. That's Chromium for you, bud.
What do you mean?
It's not.
I don't
Chromium
use
web engines, not
Edge. I'm using Edge.
Yeah, but Edge uses Chromium,
okay.
unfortunately.
So
it breaks, but yeah. Anyway, like I saw this question about the dog or the money on Patreon earlier when I was scrolling through, and I was like, you know, it's a pretty good question.
It's like, is it a question that's just supposed to be funny, or is it like, is it something that says something about yourself? Because why even have $10 million? Why not just say like $1 million or something? Because I think most people would be like, I'm taking the money. I don't want to be a dog, right?
I'm taking it seriously, Rand. I'm taking it seriously. Because I really think if you could turn into a dog, you get the cool experience of being able to do something nobody else in history has been able to do, as far as we know, at least.
We've already done that this episode, though.
Well, we're doing it again. We turn into a dog. You'd be able to shapeshift into a dog, which would be really cool. B, if you had that ability, you could potentially make way more than $10 million. Way more than $10 million. You could become a TV celebrity. You could go to the government and be like, look, I've got the power to turn into a dog. Turn me into like the world's best spy. I'll infiltrate, I don't know, our enemies by pretending to be a nice dog. And,
which type of dog would you want to be able to turn into? Because that matters.
Oh, you gotta be a Labrador.
You gotta be a lab. Okay, so no pit bull, no Chihuahua, no hot dog.
For my dog spy plan, you've got to be an average-ish, kind of innocent-ish looking dog, not a small crappy dog, but like something like a Labrador, I think.
Okay.
Or maybe an Alsatian or a German Shepherd, something like that, right? Like a working dog, a collie. But I don't know. It'd be really annoying to be a collie because you got like you get matted fur, long hair. I think Labrador's the way, right?
Okay.
So yeah, for me, I was thinking there are plenty of reasons. I mean, it would be really simple to just take the money. But if you're willing to put the work in,
if you want to put the work in, you'd make more money, is what you're saying. And you could
make
be
more
a dog.
money as a dog.
Yeah.
And you could be a dog, which is kind of cool. Or maybe the whole thing here is like it outs people who are furry. The people who want to be a dog, probably a little bit furry, maybe. I don't know.
I'd take the money.
Do we have any furries? Do you have any furries? I know you take the money. Because I know you wouldn't want to put the work in.
Yeah, I suppose. Moses Super Chat says, will Battlefield 6 be revealed at the Xbox show?
Ooh. I would think yeah. I mean that's
I would think
I'm gonna predict yeah.
I'm gonna say no. You wanna know why?
Oh. Go on.
Because Xbox is COD, baby.
But see, this is my thing, right, with that. Is that Xbox has COD, but they'd want to prove to publishers that they can still support their big games. So I think, yeah, Xbox has COD, but I also think they wouldn't want to be like, oh no, you can't have Battlefield at our show, we've got COD. Because Microsoft ain't like that. So it's like, I'm thinking about it in this sort of galaxy brain way. I think Microsoft would be like, yeah, we'll have that shit over here, man.
Assuming COD's even at the show, because they could go back to the normal reveal schedule that they have been doing, where last year's was an anomaly. So I guess
it's
in
also
that sense,
also
like,
this, Rand. Also this. Xbox often has Battlefield.
they do, but
They've often had
that's
Battlefield.
usually because Sony had COD, and now they don't. So I'm thinking maybe Sony's got Battlefield now. But then again, I don't know. Nobody even knows if Sony's doing a state of play or a showcase in May or June. So EA might just. I think the line of thought is that Battlefield 6 is going to be this year because GTA 6 is not. Right? So I don't know if EA is going to have a showcase or an event. Because if they do, it's just easy to show it there. But then what else does EA even have this year? So it's an interesting question because I guess it's possible that it shows up there, but then maybe it doesn't. Whatever it is, I'm super interested in seeing what it is.
I've got very high hopes for the next Battlefield.
All right.
Because I am super sick of Call of Duty and its stupid skins.
And its weed culture.
And it's weed. Fuck that
Bro,
shit.
people love the weed though. Come on.
I'm so over it. Just give me a normal military shooter, please God.
That's not, but see, we've talked about this, and you've said before, part of the reason why you think Halo Infinite didn't do so well is because it didn't have the waifus, and it didn't have the crazy skins that the kids want. And what does Fortnite
I don't
do?
care.
And look at Apex Legends. Look at Apex Legends doesn't have those cool skins, and Apex Legends is declining. You know who?
I thought Apex Legends did have skins.
No, I mean it has the character skins, but doesn't
not the thick booty skins.
It doesn't got Peter Griffin. It doesn't got Seth Rogen. It doesn't got those type of culture characters in there. And Apex Legends just sliding down a hill, steadily declining.
I tell you something that's going on in the Overwatch community right now. People are pissed because all the skins that Blizzard are developing are pretty much for like the three women, Juno, Mercy, and Widowmaker. Like those three characters have like 1 trillion skins, and there's characters that have been in the game for years that have like 2 skins.
And didn't
they're not pretty.
Didn't they announce some like Street Fighter 6 crossover?
Yeah,
thing?
exactly. And guess who has all the skins? Fucking Mercy and Juno and Widowmaker again. So, I mean, it doesn't help that I don't play any of those characters. But
no
where's
skins
my
for
Roadhog
you.
skin?
No skins for
Roadhog has a lot of skins, I guess. But Roadhog's been in the game for 10 fucking years. He should have a lot of skins.
We have Silas who says,
salty, bro.
"Welcome back, Jez. After seeing the GTA 6 trailer with all its graphical goodness, I was curious why publishers, who are trying to find revenue wherever they can, don't license their proprietary game engines to third-party developers. With Rockstar's Rage engine, Decima, id Tech, Forza Tech, etc., there are plenty of top-tier game engines that can compete with Unreal. Seems like easy money. I think part of it is because then you would need to have all these people just on call to help with the engines. And I'm not sure that's what they want to do, right? I'm not sure Rockstar just wants to have a whole bunch of people that only job is to help other studios learn the Rage engine, right?
Yeah, that's really the issue, is that if you are selling an engine, you have to set up a support infrastructure for it. So like you have to have documents, you have to have like a support team on hand. It's like you can't just be like, oh yeah, use our engine and then not support.
Well, I'm sure
the
they
engine.
do already. I'm just saying I don't think they'd want to scale that out to be like, all right, well now we're selling this to everybody else, so we need a bigger support staff and we need, more documentation and stuff.
Dude, I don't think a lot of these engines like id and stuff like that. I don't think they have like a huge amount of internal support on those niche engines.
You don't think
not many people are using them, man.
I mean, I suppose. And I remember when they did bought Bethesda, people were like, oh, imagine if, like, instead of using Unreal, they use id Tech. And it's like, id Tech's great. Like, id Tech 8 on this Doom game is fantastic. But they're going to go with Unreal. Because Unreal...
Isn't the Call of Duty engine originally based on id Tech as well, I think?
It was it was originally based on the Quake engine.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, you look at GTA 6 and you look at how great it is and all the animations and all the look, and you're like, why is that locked to just GTA or Rockstar? Because they use it for their other games. But why is it just locked to that? It's like, oh, I want more games than that, right?
Well, the reason it's locked to it is because like it's the Euphoria physics engine, right? It's because that's their unique selling point. Like no other game feels as realistic when it comes to like NPC based physics. Like the way like character models fall over when they die in Rockstar games like GTA or Red Dead. Like no other game really does it like that. It gives it that immersive kick that other games just don't really get to when they're using Havoc or something like that. And I suppose like they don't want other people to use it because then their games don't have that unique selling point. I suppose there come a day where like, you know, they could start selling it if it's not really, you know, the backbone of their business anymore. But I can't see a future where GTA is not the backbone of Take-Two's business to the point where they'd want to start selling some of that stuff. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm naive.
I mean, it'd be cool. Like Decima, you know, Horizon uses it, but then they let Kojima use it for Death Stranding and stuff. But that's really it. You know, the id Tech stuff. I think doesn't Machine Games use id Tech? Like Indiana Jones and
think they do.
I think, or maybe I'm wrong, misremembering, but that's just how it is.
I don't know.
Everybody wants to use Unreal because I mean, they're built up this huge support and has all that stuff for it. So,
yeah.
Kraken56 says, "Hey guys, we are only a couple weeks away from the showcase. Crazy to think about how much more impactful the lineup of games they have is compared to 2017. It took a while, but the vision for a large volume of quality games across all budget sizes and most genres, which release consistently, has hit its stride. It's only going to get better looking at the roadmap. My question to both of you is,
agree.
What do you think will start and end the show? My guess is to open is Gears. I think they will end with a new game teaser, Halo, or maybe the new StarCraft game. Interesting.
I think StarCraft is at BlizzCon personally. I think it has to be at BlizzCon. I think it would be. I think it'd be selfish of Xbox to take that from Blizzard. I'm gonna say it.
They don't. Selfish?
Yeah. Selfish, bro.
All right, whatever. I wasn't gonna go with StarCraft anyways, but I sort of agree with Kraken with Gears opening. It ends last year. I could see it opening this year, for sure. Because I'm trying to think what else could really open. They could do what they did last year, where Call of Duty opens again, and they just get it out of the way. Here's Call of Duty. Here's the game. Here's when it's launching or whatever. Tune in August for the full reveal or something like that. But I mean, last year's opening was great because they started with Black Ops 6 and then they immediately went into Doom, Dark Ages right away. And then what was the third game? Do you remember what the third game was?
I don't. Asking me if I remember something a year ago is like asking me to perform brain surgery.
Oh, I think the third game was I think they went into Compulsion. Was it South of Midnight was the third game? I forget. I'd have to remember. I'm sure somebody in chat would remember. But yeah, it was just like boom, 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 and you hit it hard.
Take the room.
So, I mean, you could open with Gears easily. That would set the tone. Ending, I do agree with you. I think it's got to be something new. I wouldn't expect Fable to close. I don't expect Gears to close. I don't expect State of Decay 3. Oh, no, the third game. I think the third game was State of Decay 3 last year, wasn't it? Maybe that was it. I don't expect State of Decay 3 to close. Yeah, I mean, I guess you say, hey, a look at the new Halo, whether it's the Halo remake. You could easily do that. But I'm feeling a little Elder Scrollsy, Jez. I'm feeling a little Elder Scrollsy. Elder Scrolls 6. What do you feel about Elder Scrolls 6?
Elder Scrolls 6?
Yeah.
Do you think it's close enough?
I mean, it doesn't. I'm saying it doesn't have to be close enough. It could just be
the teaser.
Something that's like 2 years away. Another teaser, 2 years away.
It's 2 years away.
Well, I'm saying no. I mean, they wouldn't date it. It just, I'm saying if it's 2 years away, like it's coming in 2027, like just right, which would be 4 years after Starfield, and maybe that's not. So maybe it's not even right. But I was like, well, maybe you could, and you have a teaser for it this year or whatever. I mean, you talk about like a massive game ending the show. What's bigger than Elder Scrolls? What's bigger than Halo, really? I mean, you already did it with Gears. People have seen Perfect Dark. StarCraft could be cool to end, but like you said, you think that would be mean of Microsoft. Microsoft, Blizzard, no.
Dude, there's a fucking BlizzCon coming up, bro.
I know.
You don't take that from Blizzard.
I'm just saying, you're just like Microsoft.
But look, man, Blizzard is basically the backbone of all of Xbox. So you got to be nice to them, dude.
Yeah.
You got to be nice to Blizzard, bro.
Yeah, there's a thought like, oh, well, the 25th anniversary of Halo's next year. So do you reveal it next year? Do you launch it next year? If you're going to launch it next year, maybe you reveal it this year, and that definitely would be close the show with whatever that would be. So
here's what I think. I think you open the show right into gameplay. A lone wanderer walking in towards a city. State of Decay 3. First gameplay footage. State of Decay 3.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I think Gears E-Day would be a better opener, and then you could go into State of Decay or something.
And then I think because Gears E-Day is closer,
we think
you close the show with it.
No, you can't. You're not closing the show 2 years in a row with Gears E-Day. Sorry, not happening.
Why not?
You're not happening. You're not doing that.
Why not? Why not, bro? Come on, bro.
Somebody should lose their job if they close with the same game 2 years in a row. Seriously.
That's harsh.
Whoever playing that shit, if you're planning for the same game to close the show 2 years in a row, you shouldn't have a job anymore. I'm sorry.
Damn.
You should be looking on LinkedIn for your next job, and then I'd have to wonder, like, why did the marketing people and all these people agree to be like, yeah, let's close the show with the same game 2 years in a row? No.
Have they never closed the
unacceptable.
show 2 years in a row with the same
I don't
game?
know if they ever have, and if they have, hopefully whoever decided that is fired, no longer works there, because that is awful.
You're awful.
No, that is absolutely awful. Who wants the same thing to close 2 years in a row? It's awful. Nobody wants
you're
that.
Awful, bro. Wait, that's just me, bro. That's just me, bro.
We got Panda Man says, "Hello, Jez. Welcome back. You asked a question on Patreon, but I didn't see your response. I'd love to hear your answer to this question. Quote, to that end, I ask how you guys are feeling about everything. RE Xbox right now. Is Game Pass enough of a compelling exclusive to keep the hardware sales ticking over and developers interested? Does next-gen hardware have to do something radically cool to leapfrog Sony?" So he's asking your question to you, Jez.
I'm kind of like in a point where it's like I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, because certainly Microsoft thinks this is the right way forward for the business. And I've been told repeatedly on the record that there's no plan to give up on hardware. It's not in the plan. It's not in the future. It's not a projection. It's not an expectation that hardware dies. It's an expectation that hardware maintains. And I suppose, like, the question is Game Pass and all that enough to even maintain, or is this almost like a generational thing where just so many people now are just like, I'm a PC gamer now, mom buy me a PC, all my friends have got PC, I need Discord, I need typing, I need a keyboard and mouse, all that kind of stuff. All the kind of stuff that we don't really care about as console gamers on the couch. It's a different time, right? It's a different era, I suppose. So, um, whether or not that's a viable strategy long term, I honestly don't know. I'm just kind of like give them benefit of the doubt. What I know is that I'm happy. Um, and at the end of the day, I'm happy with my gaming experience as it is today. And all the other stuff is just kind of how I'm thinking. Like, I'm worried about how other people will react. Which is kind of weird, right? It's like, and I honestly think that's the concern of most people right now with Xbox. It's like a lot of people are just like, what if everyone quits? What if like there's no future for the platform that I'm enjoying because everyone else doesn't like the strategy? But like I'm just speaking for myself personally, like I'm more than happy with my experience as it is today. So I guess it's just a big wait and see at the moment.
Okay. Uh, we got For the Brand, who says, "Hey Jez, hope you're feeling better. My question for this week is: do you think we will start to see a reduction in prices for consoles anytime soon, or are companies sick of subsidizing consoles? Here in Canada, when the Switch 2 pre-orders were rolled out, I had one in my cart ready to purchase, but slowly cringed and closed my laptop when I saw the $734 price tag after taxes. These prices
What
are
was that
out of
for?
control. Switch 2 in Canada.
Oh Jesus
These
Christ!
prices are out of control. Thanks, Champ Jansen. Hope you have a great weekend." Well, I mean, there was the tariff situation, right, where they still exist, but they're not rolled back. So, I asked the question when they raised the prices to Paris and Colt. I was like, "Do you think Xbox rolls back the prices if the tariffs go away?" And they both said no. These are the new prices moving forward. And I said, "Well, I could see a scenario where if there were no tariffs and it was like 0%, that they roll back the console price, but then keep the accessory and game prices at the new level."
Mm.
Um,
I think like that initial sticker shock, I think Nintendo even admitted that in their financials or something, where they were like, we think the base price is gonna hurt our sales projections. But I also think like wealth inequality is a big factor right now, where it's like, oh, actually, there's enough people who can afford this because they're, you know, rich people, which is it's worth targeting those rich people at least initially, and then maybe winding the price back later or something. So because this is like the whole whale mentality, right? Um, which is why like games often launch front loaded with a lot of extra costs attached for people who do have a shitload of money, more money than sense, and they are willing to pay extra for like, I don't know, a digital soundtrack or something like that, or a couple of skins. And then like the game gradually over time sort of, I don't know what the word would be. It sort of filters out to like people who wait for sales and things like that, right? Like Steam is an example. There's a lot of games that have a really long tail because it's like for a lot of people, it's like, yeah, this game's not worth $80, but maybe it's worth $50, or wait for a sale, wait for a sale, wait for a sale. So I could see Nintendo applying the same logic to their console, and I could see like Sony and Microsoft applying the same logic to their consoles too. Like we've seen the ROG Ally, like before the tariffs at least, the ROG Ally had some really great sales during like Prime Day and Black Friday and shit like that. There's some really great sales on those Z1 Extreme handhelds before the tariffs came in. Um so I think there is that sort of, there will be a point where it's like we've sold all we can at this price point. We've got to lower the price now. So I can see a scenario where they keep the price high to make as much margin as possible on the whales and then lower the price later. But I don't know. I'm just spitballing. Maybe not. We'll see.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I kind of look at it like there's a possibility that these companies may not want to subsidize that much anymore, or maybe Xbox in general. But I mean, I can definitely see the next gen consoles being more expensive than to start out with than they were this gen, and I think maybe even the PS5 Pro price is kind of feeling out to see like, how much
Yeah,
can
I
we get
think
away with this? Are people okay with $700? Would they be okay with 600? Um,
I
But I
think
mean,
one of the things is that I think one of the aspects to this is that gamers' habits have changed, and like people are digitally locked in and they're stuck in their habits. So it's kind of like, haha, we've got you hostage now, which means we can increase our margin because I'm going to buy an Xbox no matter what because I've got 1,000 games on it, you know. So that can make it more expensive. I'm not even considering a PlayStation as an alternative console because um, I've got all my games locked to Xbox, you know. And it's the same for Sony. You know, all their current user base digitally locked in, about half of them at least or more. Um, Even if they're not digitally locked in with games, they're digitally locked in with their friends or their just wanting to keep their progression and their trophies and all that kind of stuff. So I think like the behavior around gaming has changed a lot since the 360 days when people weren't so tied to their platforms. People could roam around and people could shop around and decide, well, this console's cheaper. I'm going to go here instead. Well, now it's like, oh, well, PlayStation's cheaper, but I don't care because I've got 1,000 games over here, right? So I think there's that aspect to it too. It's just the whole industry's just evolved. It's not the same industry it was even 10 years ago. But like you go back 15 years, it's a completely different industry now with different sort of a different economical landscape and all that kind of bullshit. So
mm. We have, let's see, good old Collinwood. Hello, Rand, and welcome back, Jez. So, Claire Obscure, Expedition 33 is enjoying great success, both critically and sales wise, partially, as they have said, being promoted heavily by Xbox Public Relations. The other unsung hero is the team tasked in finding the most promising games to put on Game Pass. Jez, do you know much about this team and how they work in uncovering the next game of the year?
I do
Also,
not.
second question to Jez, to make up for last week, do you know now what Outrun is?
I do. I have heard of Outrun. Outrun
Uh,
looks like it looks a bit like it looks a bit like Oblivion, doesn't it? It's kind of old school, kind of open world RPG kind of thing. I don't know that much about it. I've just seen it in clips on social media here and there. Looks interesting enough. Um, but I don't know how the team finds games. Like I've literally emailed compelling games I've seen on PC to either Xbox contacts that I have and be like, "Hey, I want this game." you know, I don't know if it's ever come to anything, but I presume like they find games like that all the time. And I'll tell you a story from Gamescom. The very first Gamescom I went to, there was Chris Charla, and Chris Charla, I think I'm not sure if he still runs it, but at the time he was running the whole Idea Xbox program. Idea Xbox is like really expanded beyond what it used to be. It used to be just for the indie stuff, but increasingly Idea Xbox revolves around just digital publishing in general. You know, all the direct to digital games they now run through Idea Xbox, even if it's like a big publisher. If they're not going to disc, if they're not publishing on a disc or whatever, there is like Idea Xbox involved in some way, I think. But when I was there with Chris Charla, at Gamescom, we were having a conversation, and then just like a couple of students came up with a prototype of their game on the phone, like, "Hey, you're from Idea Xbox, we want to pitch our game, blah 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 blah." And then Chris Charla was like, "Hey, here's my business card, let's talk about it." I have no idea what game it was. Um, but maybe it was a big deal. Maybe it was a big game that actually became something huge. And I think they just honestly, just look anywhere. If there's a game that looks great, I'm sure they'll pick it up, no matter where it's come from. But I
mm.
don't know formally how that stuff works.
Yeah, I'd imagine they go and maybe they play games at events or something, and they go to the PAXs
Yeah.
and they try stuff out, and they get an early look. Because sometimes you're probably basing it on early demos of something that you might think will be good, and then you're like, okay, well, I would love to know
Mm.
how like the deal for Expedition 33 came out. Was it Kepler just look because Kepler has a bunch of games on Game Pass, and it was like, hey, we have a deal with this publisher. Do we want to get this game? And the game just ended up being amazing, but it really wasn't like Expedition 33. It was just because we had this relationship with Kepler, the publisher, or it was like you looked at the game and you played and you're like, oh, this could be something special because like you look at like the two highest rated games this this year, and they're both on Game Pass. You know, Blueprints and Expedition 33. And it sucks because it doesn't suck that they're both like. It sucks because I was going to say to Jez, it sucks that you haven't finished it yet. You know, you haven't experienced the greatness. But what else do you expect from Jez? Is he really going to finish Expedition 33? We all know he's not. So, how far are you, by the way, in that game? Where are you at?
I'm inside the monolith.
Okay, so you're in Act 2, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you finish it? Why don't you? I mean, I know you've had surgery or whatever, but now that you're on the other side of it, is finishing off Expedition 33 something you want to do?
Yeah, of course it is. But the reason I didn't keep playing it through was because I'd had surgery, and I was out of it, man. I was like super feeling weak and sickly and stuff like that while I was on this sort of, this weird, liquid diet. So I didn't really feel, and I couldn't sit up properly. So I didn't want to like sit there and get sweaty with the parrying and all that kind of stuff. So I ended up, Rand, going back to Diablo 4 for a bit and playing the new Diablo season. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. But when I finish the Diablo season, because there's the reward for this season, Rand, is a cute kitty. I've got to get the kitty. I've got to get the cat before I move on. So once I've got the cat, then I'll go back to Expedition. Very important, bro.
Okay.
Glad you understand.
We have Pat Rock, who says, I'm on my way to Disney World, and it has me thinking, I know I posed the Xbox theme park idea before about rides, but if Xbox had a theme park on that scale, what 5 IPs do you think deserve their own parks? Like Disney has them spread between the Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Animal Kingdom, Hollywood Studios. Thanks. Have a good week, and I wish Jez a speedy recovery. Well, thank you, Pat.
Thanks, buddy.
I mean, clearly you gotta have a Halo theme park. I mean, that's one, like the two for sure you're getting are Minecraft and Halo. One for the kids, one for the adults, right? Drop the kids off at the Minecraft park. And go to the Halo.
2 for the kids.
Halo theme park. Okay. Well, so that's 2, because I think you would agree with me. Even though you hate Halo, you think Halo would definitely have a park, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Well, what are your 5 then? What are your 5?
Blizzard World.
Blizzard World. So not even a single IP, but just all of Blizzard. I like that. I like that.
No. I tell you why. Because there's a map in Overwatch called Blizzard World where they've. With that is it. It's like the Blizzard theme park, because Overwatch exists in the real world, and therefore Blizzard exists in the Overwatch world. And yeah, there's a Blizzard theme park in Overwatch.
I like that though, because you go to the Blizzard theme park and you can go to the Overwatch part. You could go to the World of Warcraft. I mean, you could just have a World of Warcraft park with all the stuff you could do there. You know, the Diablo section, which no kids allowed, mature. The StarCraft section.
Naked people.
Yeah, you could definitely have a Blizzard thing. You know, you think about COD, but I don't think, COD, what's that now? See, I don't think COD, there's nothing special there. Like a park.
Yeah, Call of Duty World wouldn't work.
But a Blizzard world,
it's a theme park,
a Halo world, a Minecraft world, maybe a Grounded world? Where, like,
you could do like a general Xbox world where it's like a bit of Sea of Thieves, a bit of Grounded.
True.
A bit of Gears, maybe.
Get a wave pool with some ships on it. Near Sea of Thieves.
Yeah. Like like the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disney.
Yeah.
Have a Sea of Thieves thing. Fallout. Samuel Talbot. Shout out to Samuel in chat. Samuel says Fallout and Elder Scrolls world. So you could do a Bethesda world, really.
You could do a Bethesda world, yeah. Like Elder
Fallout
Scrolls world
or from the TV show. People walking around in power armor.
It could definitely work
really well. So you should pitch it to Phil.
Yeah, sure. Tricks are for Trey.
Pitch
it to Phil, and then he goes and buys like Universal or whatever and starts building it there. Tricks are for Trey says Jez.
They're building. Sorry, go on.
Jez, check out Tainted Grail: Fall of Avalon. It's an RPG like Skyrim, but set in a dark King Arthur setting. Awaken Realms makes great board games. I think this is their biggest video game release.
I think I'm going to shock you right now. I've actually got that downloading right now as we speak.
So interesting. Okay.
So I am already in transit, so to speak.
Okay. We got Nerds and Legends saying, "Hey guys, I'm going to be at the live unofficial FanFest showcase viewing in LA. Will there be an after credits scene? Spill the beans, Jez."
The unofficial,
Yes.
the unofficial.
There's an
That's being run by.
It's being run by Wagerman and Ben Kenobi and Hargeet and Ainsley. Yes, they've put it together. They've rented out a space.
Yeah, I actually thought
stuff.
Yeah, I really wanted to mention that they were doing that because I think it's amazing that, like, because there is a bit of a tradition going to LA for Xbox showcases and Summer Game Fest, and Microsoft kind of
said fuck you
pushed
this
that.
year.
Yeah, they said fuck you. I mean, let's not beat around the bush. And they pretty much
But they almost
got rid of that whole
they almost said screw you last year. It was that was very close to not happening last year. And they decided to do it. But
yeah.
that was this year. It was like, nope, done. But
yes, and it sucks, but it's really awesome that the guys have pulled this together. So I really want to give those guys a shout out first and foremost.
But it's also very telling that the fans have to do it.
Yeah, it really is.
So
I'm really honestly super disappointed that Microsoft couldn't be asked to just do the bare minimum for the fans that have kept them in business for all these years.
Don't need them no more. Don't need them.
No, it pisses me off actually, but at least, the Xbox fans who have met through this community.
Are you going to be there? Are you going to be at this unofficial FanFest showcase? You're going to be in LA in next month?
No, I'm not in LA this year. I mean, I don't know if I'm even cleared to travel yet. That's why I haven't gone back to Germany.
Do you want to travel to the US now?
Maybe in a few years. Dude, there's so many horror stories from Europe right now where it's like, oh, this random tourist getting detained, and shit like that. And while I doubt I get detained, I don't even want to risk it. I don't want to risk there was a typo on my visa or something, and then I get detained. Fuck that. I'm not risking it. I'll wait. But anyways, I think it's pretty cool that they're putting it together. I don't know what their plans are for the event, but I'm gonna reach out and see if I can contribute some way.
Hey, what
on
about
behalf of the XB2 universe?
What about Xbox Era and their console war card game thingamabob?
Oh, I played that.
Yeah,
I played that. Me and Jen and Jen's fella, we played console war while drinking a few weeks ago, and I was not. I'll be honest. I was not taking it seriously initially because I was like, I don't play board games or card games or anything like that, and I'm just gonna admit it. I'm sorry, John, Sick Mechanico, but I assumed it was going to be trash.
Oh, ouch. Ow.
But it was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
It was really, really cool. Really well done. Really great memes. Super creative. And it's actually quite fun and strategic to play. So you have to it's a bit like Monopoly almost, but a card game. And also with video game franchises. So you're kind of fighting each other to acquire video game franchises into your deck. But then there's curveballs like in Monopoly where it's someone will play a card where it's oh, timed exclusive, you no longer have access to this game or something like that, I was drinking very heavily. But yeah, it was awesome. It was really, really cool. It's really affordable as well. There's a review up on Windows Central, and this is not endorsed in any way, but I just really, really enjoyed it, and it was really cool. I'm looking forward to playing it again. I might even play it tomorrow. I'm going to go and see Jen tomorrow, so yeah, it was great. Really well done.
That's cool. Hopefully it does well. I think it's on Amazon now, so if you didn't get it through the Kickstarter, you can get it through Amazon. Yeah. So
yeah, I feel guilty for not having more faith in John. Because I remember him showing me the prototype cards. Because he showed
them to me too. But I was like, dude,
yeah,
I don't play board games. I couldn't tell you. I mean, it's a cool idea for sure, but I couldn't tell you if it was going to be good or bad or whatever. But
yeah, I was like, this is a cool idea that he's doing. I didn't believe in him. And I feel guilty that I didn't. Because he's actually really good.
If it was Nick, I'd understand. But it was John. So.
Oh, man.
You know.
Poor Nick.
Just James93 says, hey guys, I was thinking about the ABK deal last year. We were all celebrating it when the CMA and FTC lost. If you know now what Microsoft are doing about being third party, would you guys still want the deal to come through? Maybe add ZeniMax. I feel as an Xbox gamer we have the short end of the deal with Xbox games coming on PS5, but Game Pass kind of makes up for it. Plus, poor Jez had to eat a hot chip challenge. I'm looking forward to Jez and Rand's next bet. Hashtag Jez didn't finish Persona 5.
You know, I admit, Persona 5's defeated me.
Yeah,
it's defeated me, man.
We all
I
knew
used to say, I used to say like, yeah, I'll finish it someday.
Next thing
it's
we know,
defeated me, man.
It's gonna be hashtag Jez didn't finish Expedition 33.
Fucking no, it will not, because I actually enjoy that.
No, it will not. So
I actually enjoy that. I honestly, I played Persona for 90 hours.
And
I'm not sure I ever enjoyed myself once.
Okay. All right. I mean, obviously hindsight's 2020, and I think most Xbox fans would probably tell you they could go back in time, they'd be begging the deal not to go through, because a lot of people feel that the reason Xbox is multi-platform is because of the money they spent on ABK, and that put the Eye of Sauron on the Xbox division, with Sauron being Satya, and he's just like, I want my money, Phil. Where's my money, Phil? And that led to basically everything going multi-platform. So I'm sure if you asked a lot of Xbox fans, they'd say, yeah, absolutely, I don't want the deal. That's kind of that monkey paw wish, right? Like, you wanted them to buy more publishers.
You want it, but you don't.
And they did, and then it ended in a way that you didn't think was going to happen. So
yeah.
Would I personally want the deal to go through knowing what happened? Probably, yeah. I mean, because when you look at, like, my thing was like, what is the ABK deal going to go through? I thought like, oh, well, it's going to solidify Microsoft's investment in Xbox, and it's not going to go away, which I still think is true. But realistically, for me, the Bethesda purchase was a million times better than the ABK one, because I liked, outside of ZeniMax Online, I liked and loved all the studios that Bethesda had. So like, there's a whole suite of games I was looking forward to. But with Activision, it was just like, just Call of Duty. And sure, I play Call of Duty every year, and okay, I could save $70, but outside of that, it was just like, I get it. I mean, for Jez, it was bigger because it was World of Warcraft, his favorite game, his favorite studio publisher with Blizzard. So like, it meant more to him, because he was looking at it like, I want Bobby Kotick gone. So Jez you probably would say, no, I still want the deal to go through because Activision's in a better place, Blizzard's in a better place, World of Warcraft's in a better place, simply because Kotick's not there. So am I right in my thinking that you would rather?
Absolutely.
You would still want the deal to go
honestly,
through?
But honestly, it's not for Blizzard though. I mean, Blizzard was a huge personal benefit, but I honestly don't think Satya would have abided Xbox in any other way in perpetuity. I don't think Xbox succeeds without. I think you just have to kind of accept that Xbox was not going to succeed without the bedrock of Call of Duty into this decade.
And the mobile and all that stuff. Okay. I mean, fair enough.
I don't think Satya and Amy Hood would have accepted Xbox as anything else. I think Xbox's days were numbered. I genuinely believe that. And you only need to look at things like how they treated Windows Phone, how they treated Surface when it wasn't growing aggressively, and there wasn't some metric they could point to in a spreadsheet to say, oh, this is doing really well. Because right now, Microsoft can just be like, oh, engagement, and just gloss over the hardware figures, right? If it was just like hardware figures and like console was the only platform they had access to, I don't think there's any way in hell Satya and Amy Hood keep that going. So it's even without Blizzard for me. And Blizzard's nice, yeah. I'm grateful that there's no Kotick anymore. World of Warcraft's in a better state than it's been in years. So like, I'm grateful for that stuff in a selfish way. But even without that, I think Xbox is in a healthier place as a business to weather whatever weird shit the industry's going through right now. Because let's be real, it's not as if PlayStation and Nintendo are immune to it either. They've got their own issues. And yeah, they've sold however many million consoles, but you only have to look at Sony's operating margins to realize that things aren't super peachy, you know, in the industry at large. So yeah, I think Xbox is in a better place all up, even with all the bullshit that comes with it.
Okay, let's see. Is any more questions? Let me just reload this real quickly. All right, that's it. Patreon questions have all been answered. Man, my YouTube keeps on spazzing out. Like when I have chat up, it just I kind of constantly got to refresh it. It sucks.
I think it does it for everyone.
So yeah,
It's
but
just an issue with.
That's it. I think we're a little over 4 hours. The return of Jez to the show. It was great having you back. It felt like normal days, normal times, having you here. So
I'm really grateful to you as well for all the hard work you put in while I wasn't here. So thanks for that, Rand.
Of course.
Thanks for organizing the troops. Thanks for keeping everything going, and thanks for being a generally very nice bloke.
Generally, sometimes.
Generally, yeah. Until you talk slander about World of Warcraft, then
then it's on.
Then it's on, yeah.
Yeah. So hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Check out the Patreon if you feel like supporting me and Jez, or if not, you can always check out the Surfshark deal for 86% off, 2 years. Helps out the show. We will be back on Tuesday or Wednesday with Xbox 2+1 or Xbox Ultimate, depending on if we could find somebody. But we're definitely going to do something next week. So Patreon members, look out for that. If you're listening to this later on Spotify or iTunes, we love you just as much as everybody here on YouTube. So do us a big favor. Leave a review, like whatever it is on those platforms. And I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. I'm going to be playing the Doom the Dark Ages all this weekend, so hopefully I'll have it finished before the next show, because very interested in seeing how the game progresses with more weapons and more abilities and stuff, because I'm digging what it is so far. I'm digging it. I don't know if it'll reach the heights of Eternal for me, but it did get rid of the climbing sections, which you hated so much, Jez, and the parkour stuff. So
yeah,
there's that.
I've enjoyed what I've played of it so far. I just don't like the vehicles.
And we will be back next Friday. But until then, keep it gaming, guys. Later.